Hello, hello. Happy Monday, everybody. I want to start by saying, excuse me, hold on a second. I want to start by coughing. Okay, sorry about that. I want to start by saying that I rearranged my room. Nobody comment on cable management. Jeez. Anyway, I had my desk against the wall, and now I have my desk facing a window. So if there are any like little differences in the stream, lighting, or camera angle or whatever, it's because I just moved stuff and I couldn't get everything exact. So I'm gonna still work on that over the next few days. Krasner, happy Monday, and thank you for subbing. And Caleb, thank you too. Shipment of bricks here. Thank you. I need the weekly bricks. Weird audio. It might be coming through the wrong mic. Let me change this. Okay, is that better? That should be normal now. This is a test. I'm going to keep talking. Okay, yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I probably have, hang on a second, engage privacy mode. Let me change this in the system. Sorry, I hope that wasn't like super loud or anything. It should be normal now, but sound input is set to, oh, it's coming through the camera. It shouldn't have been too loud then. It should have just sounded weird. Let me change this and change this. Is it test, 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 test? Yeah, okay. It looks like levels are correct. And now I'm going to set this thing back to default. Test, 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 test. Okay, yeah. Hey, Iron Crusader. How are you doing? Is there slightly more echo now? Is there more echo now? Oh, that might have been from the old mic. Hopefully, well, the acoustics probably would have changed still, even with the old mic, like the one I was using before. Anyway, we'll figure that stuff out, like I said. I hope there's enough dampening in the room to address some of that. Okay, so tenets, we're going to start with that. This is going to be mostly a game design day today, and I'm excited to do this. I'm a little bit nervous about it just because I keep thinking like this needs to be good. It needs to not take a ton of time. And yeah, who knows how long it's actually going to take. Okay, sustainability. Real life has been crazy in the last few days and will probably be at an elevated level this week. That said, work has been good. I don't think I've been doing too much. I felt only a tiny bit of that on Friday, knowing that I probably wouldn't be able to rest this weekend. All right, bricklaying, yeah, still going great. The treasure stuff is almost done. Then we need to get ready for playtesting. Replayability stuff is slated for this week and is by far the next most important thing. Not wasting the opportunity. I'm doing a lot. Yeah, I think this is all fine. Hey, Kevin. Morning, so early today. Yeah, I am a little bit earlier than normal today. I think I started like 7 minutes before I normally would. All right, next up is the marketing plan. I think the marketing plan for this week is going to be to re-engage a bunch of people. I sent maybe 50 emails and I didn't get a response from any of them. So I want to see what it's like to try to re-engage some of those people. And I feel weirdest about this. So imagine you get an email that says like, hey, I made a game. Will you play it? And it said more than just this, so it didn't sound like a spam message. What are the reasons you might not respond? Either you're not interested, you didn't see the email, or didn't open it. They're not paying you or something like that. I don't know. There's a bunch of other things, right? What will re-engaging do? It'll address maybe this one, which is you didn't see the email. So in the other cases where they're like, I didn't want this email in the first place, it's not going to do anything for them. Hey, Luna. Hey, Goose. So yeah, I feel a little uncomfortable about this, but I do need to try this. And I think the whole point of any of this stuff is I need to learn. So marketing goals for week 5 is going to be, how about we reach out to some small number of new influencers, reach out to 3 new influencers, maybe aim for small ones again, and then re-engage. What number should I pick? I don't want this to be crazy. Maybe let's say 20. 20 people I already emailed. Maybe the ones I spent more time customizing the email for. Try different strategies. All right. And then eventually, yeah, I need to post on Reddit. I'll write this down for next time. Post on, I think there's a Reddit for incremental games. Yeah, this. Let's post there. That'll be for next week, though, or at least it's an idea. Re-engage people, mobilize community, etc. I'm like oh, I see. I was actually early. There's another time where when Kevin said I couldn't see you or something, and it was just that I didn't have the camera on, and I misinterpreted it all. Take care, Kevin. Maybe you need to give some rewards when the users play the game demo, and the rewards will be received in the main game. Yeah, I think something like that could help. The thing that always kind of threw me off is, again, let's say you get this email like, will you play my game? Do you care about like rare rewards at that point? You don't even know you'll like the game. Maybe you do. I don't know. Maybe it works. I should probably try it. I don't have the ability to do this right now. And if I were to expose the ability to do this, I wouldn't be able to limit it to just that person. I need to have either some sort of like client server functionality to make sure that like, oh, this is a code to redeem this thing and it only works for you. Or maybe Steam has the functionality for that. Or I add in like a cheat code and then anyone could use it. So yeah, I need to figure that out. Hey, Magnetic Pine. Yeah, I popped in yesterday just to kind of see what was going on, and then you noticed I was there immediately, and I was like, oh, I didn't plan on talking. I was around people, and I didn't want them to be picked up. So yeah, congrats on the new patch. Okay, marketing plan done. Start designing challenge modes. Wonder how long it'll take to do any of the modifiers as a player. Yeah, it sounded like you were getting good feedback though. I don't have enough context, but the kinds of things I was hearing were the kinds of things that sounded like they were productive. Okay, so everything we're going to do is probably going to be in this document today. And I started this on March 28th. So it's been about 4 months. And we're going to need to read through a lot of this. It's like 13 pages. It's not going to be that bad. Plus, I'm the one who's going to be reading it. I'm the one online for this. So this is stuff to file, I suppose. To do, file these notes. This is just some stuff from Obsidian. And then we need to answer the questions and potentially prototype this, playtest this. You can release a trailer and say that if you play the demo now, you get some rewards in the main game. Put the trailer link in the email or something so they'll have an idea what the game is. Yeah, but I think, I guess what I'm trying to say is I think the problem is even getting them to like look through the game contents seems to be somewhat difficult. Like you're opening an email from someone you haven't ever seen before and they send you a video and you can tell they're trying to market their game at you. Maybe you're not looking for a game and you just don't even watch the trailer. And if you are looking for a game, I don't know if you need those extra rewards necessarily. And if you do need those rewards, I don't have a way of giving them to just that one person. So there's, I think overall, I think here's what this comes down to. There are ideas that will probably work, but they take some amount of time to test. And unfortunately, I don't have so many, I don't have the resources to conclusively test these things. So let's say we just came up with a hypothesis of including the word awesome in the email raises, what is it, engagement rates by X%, or just raises them. You can send 50 emails with the word awesome and 50 emails that don't have the word awesome. How do you know if either category was statistically significant? Because 100 people is not a lot in terms of a sample size. And then how do you know they didn't just like the email because whatever, those 50 people just had some other sampling bias to them? So yeah, I think this is where re-engaging is going to be interesting, because if I email them and they're like, oh yeah, the game looked interesting, but there's just not enough reason to play, then I could sweeten the pot, so to speak. Just go from location to location and pick adventurers and buffs. I can write that down as an idea. Do you have the email tracking to know if they're being opened? No, I don't want to do that. I feel like that's a little bit invasive. Whenever I get an email from someone, I hover over the links, and if they look like they've got some tracking stuff, I just pretty much mark the email as spam. But yeah, I could do that. Usually I won't open an email from someone that I don't know unless the subject draws me in enough. Yeah, it could be that the subject line needs to change. Maybe I should try that out. Maybe I'll test some new things. The subject lines right now have been something like Skeleseller, a laid back, idle late game. And by the way, the reason why I settled on this eventually was I was getting responses from some people. And then I sent out another like 50 emails and I didn't really get responses. So I'm not sure what changed between the first group of people and the second group of people. So maybe I just gotten lucky with the first group of people and I thought I was doing things well, but really I wasn't. So I came to the wrong conclusions, which again goes back to my whole, like, you need a large enough sample size. Okay. Yeah, so let's look through this. So March 28th, and I did the playtesting for the next demo. It'll form the foundation of the version that we release for Next Fest. It may be too early to say, but I feel like the biggest problem is that the last 2 months of work, farming, fishing, garbage slime, enchanter perks, item stacking, don't actually elongate gameplay like they were supposed to. I think farming was a great addition to the game. Leveling up adventures feels good. They just shifted how the game plays out. At the same time, I don't want to keep iterating on this game for another 6 months. I don't want to do what other idle games do. Document is way to brainstorm. Okay, this context has changed slightly since March. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to make like a, let's call this design. Let's go make a new scratch tab. And let's make a new archive tab. So this is the original background of this from March. I think the new background is different. Give me 1 sec. There we go. Okay, so this document was originally created in March, but since then the context has changed. It is now, people like the game, people want more of the game. I don't want to spend forever making more of the game. Thus, we must find a way to reuse content so that people feel like they got their money's worth. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Yeah. Title could stand to be more clickbaity. You died and started a shop. Yeah, I should test that out. The other thought that I have is that there are only so many YouTubers that might be a good fit for this sort of thing. Again, let's say it's like 5,000. So now let's say I burn through 500 of them with like bad subjects in my email. How do I know that that's why they didn't respond? Try different subjects. I'd probably not react to an email with links or files in general. There's so many ways nowadays to hide phishing attempts and the like. That's true. If someone says, though, play my game, and you see that there's a Steam link, you could always then go to Steam and just search for Skeleseller and eventually find it yourself. And I think most people trust Steam, who are going to use Steam in the first place. So then I think they would be like, oh, okay, it's on Steam. It's probably not a virus. That's not a guarantee, but it's a little better. I might actually click on an email with the subject, you died. Yeah, who knows? Maybe this is it. Maybe this is the viral marketing campaign I needed. Oh, also, Monetic Bind, you said something in the Discord call yesterday like, oh, I don't actually give good advice to Adam. You give good advice. I don't know what you're talking about. Just because I don't necessarily use all of the advice doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. It just, I might have a different direction or something. Skeleseller. Hey, Dark. Okay, high-level ideas. Add more systems that you can interact with. These take a decent amount of development time. You probably need new systems that can become the focus. Everything that exists would now, right now, serves the core 2 systems of adventure progression and item selling. Probably need something adjacent to those things. Imagine item crafting. Anything that sounded too complicated can be added as a repeat system. Add equipment after you beat the whole game. At least halfway. Okay, I'll say 70% then. Do you recognize that there's good advice? reuse existing systems, some kind of prestige mechanic, or stretch content. Yeah, I don't really find this section super helpful. So what ideas do we have here? Could have different endings based on different modes. In the main mode, you sell an antidote at the end. In the farm mode, maybe you get your first cow. It's so funny to me. My actual dream was to adventure so that I could have my very own cow, and now it's a reality. There could be a mode where battles are served to fill a pinata that you had to knock the items out of every so often. I don't like this. You know, maybe if I thought about it some more and I'm like, oh, pinata mode, you just keep battling and then you get loot. But like, isn't that what already happens? So this is just an abstraction over what is currently happening. Really important part of making challenge modes fun is going to be the completionist aspect. It's partially a sandbox and then you can choose whatever parameters you want. Then we need some challenges to be worth spending time on. Modifiers could level up. Roguelike mode. Look how other games do replayability. Should be a building or structure. Yeah. Modifiers don't have to be existing perks. Okay, all these are good ideas. Very welcome. Not sure how it would work. Maybe you spend gold to roll on upgrades across the board. Eventually you can't progress if things you chose were bad. All right, let's write roguelike. We could make it so that you get a limited number of upgrades somehow and then have to find a way to progress with just those upgrades. Isn't this kind of the core of roguelike games? There's some sort of randomly chosen, not totally randomly chosen, but maybe steered by the player progress, and the decisions you make may cause you to lose, and then potentially you keep some progress for next time. This is more rogue light, but yeah, I feel like this is at the core of those games. So maybe you get 3 options and you choose one of them. You get another 3 options, you choose one, and hopefully it synergizes with the first one you chose. And if you do great, then fine, you win and you can play the game again. And if you don't do well, then you learn that those choices weren't the best choices. I don't know if it's worth trying to fit Skeleseller into that mold. It feels like it'd be shoehorning it a little bit. All right, what other to-do things are on here, though? What if you use sludge instead of gold to buy things? Is that even fun? I'll just put this in the question section. I mean, all the ideas and questions are kind of the same, which is, would this idea be fun? All right, so that's done. What's the main purpose of why someone would replay? Challenge, relaxation, new content. I think it's to experience the game slightly differently, and I think the option for challenge should be there. I think just having more objectives keeps a lot of people playing. Yeah, so there's a whole category of sandbox games out there in pretty much every genre. And some people love a sandbox kind of game, and some people need guidance on what to do. Like if I just threw someone into a world of Minecraft and I'm like, okay, there it is. There's the world. Go figure things out. Some people are just gonna be like, well, what am I supposed to do? It's like, well, that's the beauty of it. You're not supposed to do anything. You can do whatever you want. And yeah, that's when some people just shut down. And I've seen this happen. I've like played games with friends who they just don't like that open-endedness. And then obviously Minecraft is a very popular game, so some people love it. Not necessarily meant to be balanced or deep. Oh, I see. It's kind of interesting because I hadn't thought about things this way. This is actually an idea in general, which is we could use this as a test bed. There are games like Hearthstone that introduce new modes. Hearthstone has like the main mode, which I guess you just call standard or something like that. Then they had Battlegrounds and something called Twist and Classic and Arena. And they had Duels at one point and Mercenaries. And maybe something else I'm forgetting. But anyway, there were this many modes, and the ones that are actually supported now are like these and this. So they ditched these 4 modes. But these modes were planned to be part of the monetization of the game. If they weren't planning on keeping these, and they're like, you know what, whatever, it's fun, you can just play it. We're not going to support it or anything. Yeah, there's no real problem leaving it in. And then if some people like it, we could put some dev time toward it. So I hadn't considered that. I think whatever we do for V1, though, needs to be the most compelling thing moving forward. And I think that's a question we need to ask number 1 here. Like, is whatever we have designed compelling enough for a V1. Yeah. Later on, we can potentially experiment with ideas, but we probably can't do that at first. Well, except for in playtesting. All right, so what else is on here? So yeah, what is the main purpose of why someone would play? What's the main purpose why I play games again? So I finish a game like Super Mario RPG and I'm done because I feel like I explored enough. I guess let's just kind of draft this for a little bit. Play a game like SMRPG and I'm done since I feel like I explored enough of the game and I don't think another run would be fun. Then again, a game like Final Fantasy 1 had a bit of replayability baked in with different classes for the main party. And for that, because again, I'm just trying to figure out what's the appeal for me. There's alcoholism. Alcoholism. This deserves a hyphen here. Which is wanting to play alternative characters from what you chose. This hits me in practically every game. Like I'm playing Smash and I'm playing whatever, Samus or something like that. And then there's a fighting character, like a brawler kind of character. And I'm like, maybe I should play the brawler kind of character. And so I switch to like DK or something. And I'm like, maybe I should try Ness. And then maybe I should. So this sort of thing happens. And it's like, I want to experience the game from in a different light. Yeah. So I guess this is experiencing the game in a different light. And seeing, and then kind of like, yeah, appreciating how those differences change the game. I think that's the appeal for me. Hey, enemy. Some games have multiple endings. You can experience different endings based on different decisions or different party choices or something. Yeah, I don't think different endings we're going to do in any significant way in Skeleseller. I don't think it makes sense it's not really a narrative game or anything. So that is a reason why some people play, but that I don't think is going to be compelling for Skeleseller. So this is kind of interesting because even in a game like Risk of Rain 2, I think what's nice there, Risk of Rain 2 is a roguelike. So again, there's like replayability is built in by default. But what's kind of cool is you can see how items affect different characters. Like some melee characters are probably going to want more health and armor. And the ranged characters probably don't care. They might want speed and damage. So yeah, I think this is what it is for me at least. So now I'm trying to think, is there a game that I've replayed that doesn't fit into this category? I guess there's replayability to get better. This doesn't really apply to Skeleseller, I think. So a game like Mario Kart, a lot of people will play Mario Kart over and over. It's not like they're all new tracks. At some point you've experienced them all, but you're still playing it. Replayability for multiplayer I also care about. Again, Mario Kart made me think of this too. Like you can play with your friends and have pretty much infinite content. But for that, that's maybe more the competition aspect. Competition and like the social aspect. And those won't exist for Skeleseller probably. Yeah, I understand. I want to play again because I know how it'll feel to have a different deck or loadout. Like Slay the Spire, he's coming. Also that wonder what I'll come across this run. Yeah. Yeah. So I think this is going to be the key thing for Skeleseller as well. Half the fun is starting with different builds and trying to see how long it takes before you're just another stealth archer. Yeah. I think that's the main appeal for me at least. Or at least the one that applies here. So let's write this in the scratch section. So replayability in general. I was analyzing why I replay games. And I think it's a host of categories. Competition, e.g. Smash. Social aspect, e.g. Mario Kart. What else? Yeah, I think the top one is experiencing the game in a different light. E.g. any character, any games with a character choice. Like FF1, Smash, WoW, etc. Any roguelike / light games. What else? That's kind of it. And then what else did I write? Oh yeah, to get better. To get better. E.g., I'll just write Smash again. I don't need to come up with different examples here. This doesn't really apply to Skeleseller because there's no manual challenge. It's an automated laid-back game. Hey, Retarius. Oh, I guess speedrunning, that's not why I play, but reasons for other people, maybe speedrunning. Speedrunning exists for practically every game, though, so you don't really need to do a whole lot to support it. Just tooling, not really content. So speedrunning, what else? Like different endings for stories. Or for the storyline, I guess. Why else might someone replay a game? I guess enough time has passed. Enough time has passed that the game feels new again. Or maybe like enough time has passed or updates have happened. Again, this doesn't apply to... This doesn't really matter. You can watch a movie 10 years ago and then forget it, and it feels like a new movie. That doesn't mean the movie had to do something special. It just means you had to forget it. So you don't have to do anything for this. But yeah, I think this is what we probably lean into. The adapting what you find really helps with replayability, not being able to always play the build you want. Yeah, and that is inherent to a roguelike genre. So you need randomness at the core of those games, which makes it inherently replayable, I think. Skeleseller was never intended to be replayable. And then a bunch of people are like, well, I want more games, so what do I do? I'm like, okay, I guess let's try to figure out some replayability features. By the way, I'm not starting from zero here. We have a bunch of ideas I wrote down. I'm just going through this document from top to bottom and trying to make sure that we've addressed some of these things. What is this? This isn't even the right document. Yeah, so I think this is what we lean into for this. Did I have something else listed here though? Challenge, relaxation, new content. Oh yeah, new content is another thing. I guess I'll just write other reasons. New content, not due to updates, but rather due to like beating the final boss or something. Yeah, so new content due to updates. Again, every game becomes replayable if you think about it that way. Like, oh, hey, we have an FPS and we released 4 new guns. It's like, okay, yeah, any game can do that. But yeah, this style of thing, like Final Fantasy VII, you beat the final boss and then you're like, oh, well, what else can I do now? And then there's some extra hard bosses that you could also beat. Or maybe some other challenge or something in the game that you want to max out. So yeah. I don't get all the way through most of the games I play, but for the ones that I have replayed, usually it's to complete some optional path or set of content that wasn't required. Yeah, so that fits into this category, I think. If I like the game, then I felt compelled to go back and finish the optional stuff. Yeah. New, I guess I should write here optional content. Yeah. You sell the antidote too late, a very long play, and find out everyone is already dead. Everyone's a skeleton. Mastery. Yeah, I guess I should write it as mastery. Hey, Leap Your Girl. Interesting to see what makes a game more fun to keep playing. Yeah. And actually, even if you think about games that you do replay, like I think you mentioned you play Sudoku and you've done puzzles and stuff. Think about why those are enticing for you as well. Like Sudoku fits into it's different every time. You're exercising your brain. You probably just find it fun and just want more content. In fact, that's probably new or optional content. Yeah. I guess just more content is what I should say. Due to beating the final boss or something. This is new / optional content. And even something like Sudoku probably fits this category. You could argue that experiencing the game in the new light could be lumped under new content. You could argue that, but what I'm thinking about here is more along the lines of, let's say you had a character. Okay, so I guess Castlevania is a good example of this. Circle of the Moon. So the abilities, the items, etc., were the same for all of the modes, and all they did is they tweaked like 2 stats. So in fighter mode, you can't use magic. You got like plus power / defense. And in magician mode, you had all magic by default, and then you had low power in defense. So these weren't new content. It was purely the we're showing you this from a different light. So in fighter mode, it was like, oh man, I got used to using magic against these characters. I can't do that anymore. So like I just had to brute force my way through everything. This is kind of circular because idle games are based on replayability. Your game is all about replaying the same mechanic, but you've made it fun because of the level of progression. I'm not sure I follow the circular part, and I don't think idle games are based on replayability necessarily. I don't think this is exactly an idle game though, and I think that's kind of been the point from the beginning. Like Skeleseller, I've always said, is idle light because you are active in doing things, and we're not just letting you sit with a mechanic for like 4 days in a row. If it were that kind of game, then the way that we would elongate gameplay is by adding more content, but players would take long enough to get through that content that there wouldn't be a problem. In Skeleseller, new content is like burned through. It takes maybe like from getting the farm to maxing the farm is probably 1 to 2 hours. Maybe like 1.5 hours, something like that. So if we had made this take 15 days, then yeah, we could just say, oh, well, now we add something else onto it and people will have another thing to play for a month. And yeah, but if the thing we add on takes them another half hour and it took us 2 months to develop it, then we can't sustain that development cycle. Some jigsaw puzzles I do again because of how pretty the picture is or because it's a challenge. Yeah, sometimes I guess that is another thing. Other reasons, it's just plain fun. Like, I play Link to the Past occasionally, but I haven't really forgotten the game, and it's not new content. So yeah, from a design perspective, I think I want to lean into this one. My conclusion is that I want to lean into experiencing the game in a different light. Because this other stuff either comes for free or doesn't really fit. The other categories either come for free or don't really fit. Like competition or mastery. That you could try to shoehorn them in. You could be like, why don't you add a leaderboard to the game? I don't think that's a compelling enough reason for enough people. So, okay. I think the option for challenge should be there. In fact, did I write that down? That's not necessarily mastery, is it? Challenge is a reason to have replayability, but I think that's experiencing in a different light. Yeah. Challenge should be part of replaying if players want it. Hey, Ciala. What about competition achievement? Get the farm in 59 minutes. Yeah, that's a good point. Achievements. So complete like semi-random challenges just for the sake of it. Oh, could be like completionism, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I'd lump achievements in with mastery. I think sometimes they're mastery, but sometimes they're just zany things. Like, I don't know, have 100 of this item at once. And it's like, oh, well, now that I'm thinking about having 100 of that item, that's pretty easy to do, and I just need to go do it. Yeah, so this is another thing that I think would fit for Skeleseller. There will be elements of other categories, e.g. achievements, but I think they'll appeal to a certain kind of player. Have you considered completionist reasons? I think the way I'm looking at this, so let me share my general plan before we move on, because that way everyone can be on the same page, at least who's here. So my general plan is we add what I'm calling like challenge modes. So there are negative, neutral, and positive modifiers for a run. So an example, -1 might be something like minus 20% income. A neutral one, maybe something like you can sell crops. And a positive one, maybe something like you start with 3 adventurers. So a challenge, maybe we have like the farm challenge, and it will have an inherent set of modifiers. And maybe it'll be something like +5, I'm just making things up, +5 farm size, and I don't know, -3 item selling. and you can't change those, but then you can add any negative or positive modifiers that you want on top. So if you want it to be, okay, I want to do the farm challenge, but you know what? Let's start with 3 adventurers. Let's have those adventurers be more powerful and whatever else. I don't know. Let's make it so that I get a ton of income. It's like, okay, cool. You can complete the farm challenge. It's a single player game. So what do we care if you're making it easier for yourself? So that's a general idea for right now. And then by beating the farm challenge, you'll now unlock, beating any challenge unlocks different mods for you to use. So now +5 farm size is now usable in any mode or any challenge that you do. Something like that. I'm not sure. I haven't, this is the work in progress idea. That's the overview for right now. All prices multiplied by 1,000. Yeah, I think something like that would actually be interesting for people. That's why I write things like this. Like, why would someone want minus 20% income? And it's like, well, that's idle mode. And maybe we actually make like the idle challenge. Skeleseller becomes a regular idle game. And we say plus 100x prices minus, well, I guess we don't need to change income if we change the prices. But yeah, it's like plus 100x prices. There, that's the modifier. And that should be a thing. I'm going to write that down if it's not there already. Long mode, yeah. Income is drastically reduced. Maybe perk prices increase anytime you unlock a perk. The simplest form of this is just all prices are 100x their normal amount. Choose your own challenge mode sounds like built-in replayability, giving the players some agency over the settings. Yeah. Only one battle window. I mean, we can write this down as like mod ideas somewhere. Should probably write that. Game modifiers. Only one battle window allowed. Some of this stuff, though, is not necessarily fun for how Skeleseller is set up. And that's something to consider here. Like, imagine if we said you can only battle with one adventurer at any time. So it's like one battle window, one adventurer. Is that fun? Doesn't it just turn it into idle mode where you're like, oh, I guess I'm fighting in the forest for like 2 hours. And then finally I can make it to the volcano and fight there for 2 hours. So I got to make sure that not all things turn into idle mode. Are the challenges / mods fun? E.g., if we limit players to one adventurer fighting at any time, it may essentially be idle mode in that it'll take forever. Yeah. I can tell you I've been replaying the same level and He Is Coming. Auto battle where you explore, get a gear set, try to defeat bosses that arrive after X days. They have an interesting achievement and item unlock system. Completing the achievement gives you an item. That might make the next one more interesting, but specifically, this game has an achievement layout. They're all in a grid, and you can see. Yeah, so this is exactly what Kirby Air Ride did for City Trial, and I love that game. Where's the thing I can show you here? Is there no picture on here? Oh, come on. They didn't take a single picture on this wiki of the challenge thing or whatever it's called? What do they even call that thing? Oh, man. What did they call that thing? Like, challenges? I want to just find a picture of it. This is the worst. I know there's a Game UI website. I never go there. Here we go. Yeah. So this is, I think, what Dan is describing, but done in Kirby Air Ride. So if you look at these dark gray ones, you can't tell what those are at all. But any light gray ones are connected to one you've already completed or you've unlocked. So now you can see what those are. And then, yes, those can sometimes give you rewards. So in this case, like completing this red one will give you Meta Knight. And then you had 2 purple squares you could use on anything. So if a challenge looked too hard for you, you could just knock it out automatically. So yeah, this is, I think, a pretty neat way of doing things. And I was thinking of something kind of like this. I guess we can put this down as an idea for something in here. Ideas. Steering the player through goals and showing what the rewards are. Also give me something to try and aim for on my runs. What feels like I'm progressing. Yeah, not just trying to win. Comes closer to Stardew Valley on replayability. Cozy game that delivers hours of fun, delivers to a wide range of audiences. But still, think of what's the length of a Stardew run? I think it's typically 40 plus hours. So if there was no replayability whatsoever, somehow the game just deleted itself when you were done, most people would say like $10 for 40 hours of fun is worth it. But the length of a Skeleseller run is probably going to be about 4 to 5 hours. And some people will say $10 for 5 hours of fun is worth it, but I think most people will want more. Something you can do as a dev, but you can allow your game to support them. I don't want to launch out of the gate with that as the idea, because then if people don't make anything interesting, people will be like, okay, sure, there's mod support, but there are no mods yet. Or there are mods, but they're not that fun, or I'm not that interested. And even modding the game might be something that people don't want to look into. I think mods are good to have. I don't think it's something that I should focus on, I think. Could have a challenge where the adventurer that can still battle can learn some number of any of the abilities of all the other classes, could lead to wild combinations. Yeah, so that's the kind of thing I think could be interesting. And I think what we could do, like when I think of how could you apply some roguelike property to this game, I think of it as, what if hiring an adventurer showed you a choice of 3 and you saw all of the skills that they'll learn and they're somewhat randomized. And I don't know if this is fun, but basically imagine if, and we don't call something a rogue maybe, but you get some like adventurer A is they have heal, they have crit, and they have whatever, cloak of shadows, and they have taunt. And you're like, this makes no sense. Like, why would I want all of these things on one adventurer? And then your other adventurer is like more of a tank. It's got taunt, and it's got like damage mitigation, and it's got something else. And you're like, I want that one. And you're only forming your team out of these random adventurers. Like, that could be interesting to do. How did Next Fest go? So Next Fest itself was pretty disappointing. I think it was in the like 400 or 450 wish list or something. So we entered Next Fest with I think 1,800 wish lists, and yeah, left it with, I'm just approximating here, 2,250. Since then, I reached out to YouTubers, and then some other YouTubers started covering it, and now we're at about like 7,600 wish lists, and that was in about a month. As in, we went from 2,250 to 7,600. So we like more than tripled our amount through YouTubers. So that was way better than Next Fest was. So yeah, I don't think Next Fest went so hot. Challenge modes are the things you choose a new game or at some point as a perk. Yeah, a new game. Yeah. Yeah. Boar helped out a lot there. And now I don't know what we're sitting at. By the way, they started updating the wishlist count in almost real time. It updates like once an hour now. Yeah, so we're at 7739. And the last time I checked this was 6 days ago, and we've gone up by 228 since then. Or sorry, yeah, 228. So it's like 40 wish lists per day or something. I'm not actually sure where that momentum is coming from, because people aren't making new videos. For whatever weird reason, and I don't totally understand this, but I've been streaming on YouTube now forever, and one of the videos did well, like way better than the other ones. How do we find this? Yeah, this got like 1,000 views. Most of my videos get like 100-ish. And I think the reason why is I finally just titled this in a very approachable way, and the thumbnail is showing the game. Most of these are showing code. I don't ever customize the thumbnail. This is just YouTube that shows this. But even in the other colorful thumbnails that you see, it's not like those videos did fantastically. This also pulled in a bunch of subscribers too, so I don't know. I got to figure out how that's happening. Felt impossible to give a big spotlight to any individual game. Well, also, Next Fest is just a tool, and I was not treating it as just a tool. I was treating it as like, this is going to do all the marketing for me. And what you should do is you should like still reach out to YouTubers, be like, hey, my game's in Next Fest, you should check it out. Yeah, Cozy Game might have done it. Yeah. Okay, so let's go back into here. So if I'm thinking about this the last 2 times, I'm leaning toward this set of stuff. The main game lasts 3 to 5 hours. There are special modes that have inherent modifiers. Modes themselves should be implemented as modifiers. Beating a game unlocks positive and difficulty modifiers. We should tell you how long your run took from start to finish. Time to play in a game mode, you can choose any combination of modifiers, except you can't turn off the inherent ones. Challenges or achievements based on combinations of modifiers. Beat farming mode with a 50% gold earning rate. I should probably only make 1 to 2 extra modes for launch, since each one. All right, so another game modifier should be no further modifiers are allowed. This should be an inherent mod for real challenges. E.g., maybe there's a mode that, like, yeah, maybe idle mode is plus 100 or like 100x cost of everything. And you shouldn't be able to say 100x profit for everything, since it would negate it. We could alternatively negate specific mods, e.g. just the profit affecting ones. Imagine you did no marketing at all and just rolled with it. It might have still been fine, though. That's the thing, right? A lot of people say, like, if you just make a great game, that's all that matters, and Steam will eventually put it in front of enough people. But I don't want to leave those things up to chance. And also, I guess, even if Steam puts it in front of a bunch of people, marketing should still enhance that. All right, so now I want to read through this stuff, and I'm going to try to skim this if I can. Main game can essentially serve as a long tutorial for whatever crazy content. Talked about prestiging. Don't want to change the core mechanics. Going heavy on manual interaction. They know everything's the most fun. Because the subsequent playthrough adds more complicated mechanics. Change the chill aspect. Yeah, there's some other stuff to consider here, which is what we're doing now doesn't need to be what we do in the future. For V1, targeting the most fun mechanics is important. After that, we could develop specific content for certain challenges. Imagine a crafting mode where you can't sell any item without first crafting it. Yeah, so this sounds kind of interesting, but we're not doing this for V1. Like, yeah. Didn't Undertale take years to go viral? I don't know about Undertale. I know Among Us did. And there are probably a lot of games that fit in that category, but it's kind of hard to know just as an outsider to those. Okay, yeah, let's keep looking through this. None of this is resonating. It makes me think that either we need new systems, we need to package this as a short game and lower the price, we need to keep experimenting and designing. We could maybe have endurance battles that make you come up with the best party. An endless dungeon with choices for healing or upgrades every so many battles. Oh, wait, this is kind of like what Monadic Bind was saying earlier, right? What if there was just an endless battle mode and it kind of got rid of all of the town mechanics entirely? So now you can open like infinite battles or infinite battle windows. Now you can hire as many adventurers as you need. Maybe your progress is based on experience points and you need to figure out where to get experience points. I should write that down as an idea. We could drastically change the game by cutting things out. Imagine a battle mode where you didn't really have a town at all. And you could open an unlimited number of battle windows. Maybe you could even hire, say, 50 adventurers. It could be that you see how many bosses you can beat, or there's a time limit or something. Generate 10,000 items per second from battles. Yeah, and like the items just aren't even used. So you just see in the output, oh, I got 12,000 swords, but there's no town to sell those swords. It's purely just Like we cut out a mechanic entirely. All right, what else do we have in the scratch section? I want to make sure we look through all this. A lot of this is context setting. Then we'll get to the point where I'm actually like processing this and thinking of new things. Do something like that for actual enemies where we had battlers on the fly. Maybe that's what the pond is and the fish fight back. The occasional squid or water monster. It does make me wonder how much can you shift the gameplay entirely? Like what if you said, I want to turn Skeleseller into Slay the Spire? How would you do that? They're totally different games. So it's like, okay, well, you'd cut out the town mechanic. You'd make it all about battling. You'd put in a Slay the Spire style map. You'd have some upgrades you could choose. And it's like, would that make the game fun? Would people play a Skeleslayer mode? And I don't know the answer. I don't know if it's worth the dev time for that. Huh. Basically what I proposed. Yeah, I think there were some more things inherent to Slay the Spire I was thinking about that we need to do. Like Slay has a concept of that, the map and making choices even there, than relics and stuff. Has a hunting quest, like telling you to defeat X of a specific type of blue slime, maybe too grindy. You already a quest for collecting items. You mean as a challenge? Like we replace the tavern with like kill quests? Because I think they're practically identical, to be honest. Saying collect 12 small blue potions is effectively the same as saying kill like 24 forest bats. They're pretty much identical. The only difference is that if forest bats only show up in the forest, then you're limited by just a choice of one different location. But otherwise, yeah, they're pretty much the exact same thing. I think games where there are kill quests, items drop from like many different monsters, or there are tons of monsters that you have to kill. And even then, some people see them as like a lazy design of, oh, just kill 10 things or collect 10 things or something. What if infinite battle is a rare event? Like it can randomly happen in your playthrough, being a gruesome challenge, but giving adequate rewards. So I think it's worth keeping in mind that the whole goal of this stuff is increase replayability. A rare event is potentially a way to do it, in that maybe you didn't see it in your playthrough, so you try again. But I think if you can force that event, so like I'm going to play the infinite battle challenge, where you're like guaranteed to have this happen. I think that's where this could shine. So it's not to say that infinite battling would be a bad thing to add. It's just I don't think it should be a rare event. I think it should be something where you're like, okay, I beat the game once. I want to see this battle mode, so I choose battle mode. And now whatever that rare event is just a guaranteed event at some point. And like that's what we base that challenge around. Took out the map and proved it was still fun. Yeah, I guess so. I think so. I've only played a little bit of that. I think there was some way to like skip a level and still get some rewards, but then you wouldn't. I don't know how it worked in Balatro. I think you like got money immediately, but then you couldn't get some other reward or a card choice or something. So there was still a choice. They just kind of flatten it down to a do this level or don't do this level, as opposed to branch and figure out where ahead in the path you want to go. And actually, that's kind of interesting too, because we want there to be this Skeleseller level of casualness to all of this stuff. Can any ideas be simplified? Monadic Bind brought up the point of how Balatro and Slay the Spire are similar. But Balatro doesn't have a map to go through. There's still play this level or skip it, which is a casual flattening of an otherwise like moderately complex mechanic. Oh, cool. Check it out. 4 years. Happy 4-year anniversary, Mitch. Thanks for the resub. Steal items from customers and throw them at enemies during battle to defeat them. You know, this is just zany enough to be something I'm actually gonna write down. This would be kind of interesting, a reverse mode. Like you are the customer and you're going to someone else's town and you're buying the items. Maybe you're buying or you're automating your customers to buy from someone else's town, and your customers are the adventurers. and you still send them into battle, but they use their inventory to attack. Every quick strike costs 0.1 daggers. How's your Monday morning? It's going pretty well so far. We are in the design phase for the replayability features of Skeleseller. We have what's finally something I would call a good problem, which is people like the game and want more. So we need to figure out, how do we give you more? And the easiest possible answer, which is also the hardest thing to do, is, well, just keep making more content, right? Design new systems, figure out how they'll work with all the existing systems. So the problem with this is each new system takes roughly 1 month to code, and it provides maybe an hour of playtime. So if you were targeting, let's say, plus 5 hours of playtime, then you're like, all right, plus 5 months of dev time. So that's the simplest thing to explain. But yeah, I think what we need to do is find ways for people to replay content that already exists, so that I maybe spend a month working on the system and we get like 5 months of playtime out of it. That'd be great. How do you determine game price based on competitors? I think competition is one way of doing it. I think another is based on what you need to do to recoup your costs. So imagine if you spent like $5 million making a game, you probably can't price it at $1. Even if that's, I mean, at this point, maybe if you made a $5 million game and felt like you had to price it at $1, you probably made a mistake somewhere. But yeah, it's partially based on how long it took you to make it, how much it cost, what other people are paying for those games. Otherwise, you need some like major differentiator there. Hey, Tim, thanks for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. How you doing, turtles? We are doing just a game design stream today. We are just tackling how do we make Skeleseller more playable. So I kind of wrote out this stuff here. This is the summary of the stream today. How'd your stream go, Tim? Was it productive? Were you in a good mood at the end of it? $5 million. Yeah, ignore that part. It didn't cost $5 million to make this game. We were just talking about how you price a game. And I was like, if you spent $5 million making a game and you price it at $1, obviously you need to make 5 million sales to break even. And I'm ignoring the things about Steam taking a cut, taxes, etc. You'd really need to make like 10 million sales. So you probably wouldn't do this. You probably wouldn't spend $5 million making a game that's going to sell for $1 because your chance of making money is just so low. Tim's still looking for that's not nice, American. Yeah, I'm happy that people have wanted to play the game, and feedback has been good. It's just, yeah, a lot of people are like, oh, I'm interested to see what happens for launch, and I'm like, oh, I don't really have much of a plan, or I have a plan, but I haven't coded it yet to find out if it works. Loggerhead. Many games cost more than 5 million or free. Well, free to play, but then they have microtransactions. So the expected value out of every person is like $18. And that's an average. So there are people who are spending 0 and there are people who are spending like 1,000. You can make it in 100 days. Do you have any ideas laying around in your documents? So I think an idea that'd be cool is a racing platformer, and something where you get, I don't know about making this in 100 days, but like you get abilities that can affect the other racers. So imagine like creating a platform, destroying a platform. I don't know, just like shooting fireballs at each other. Or a speed boost, or the more traditional things, creating some kind of warp. And actually, what would be kind of interesting is, imagine, okay, I'm just coming up with this on the fly right now, but if you played Super Mario Galaxy, how do you draw a circle in this thing? There, okay. Yeah, so if you played Super Mario Galaxy, you have planets like this, and Mario can walk to the right, and he'll go around this planet, such that holding right will eventually make him come back to exactly where he is, but he's still moving, of course. Doing this in a platformer style would be kind of interesting in a racing game. Like imagine you had some platforms here and you had to like get through the course, and there's a big wall here. So you have to like jump up here and make it around, but then you are doing laps, so you can still encounter players from other parts of the lap. And maybe they're like, I don't know. Anyway, this is a bunch of random stuff. You feel free to use this, Tim. Hey, Mushroom. Don't we already have a racing platform? That's different. But yeah, that's kind of interesting too. I wonder if you could make maybe more of a game out of that. Hey, Worka. Also, hi, Jost. Multiplayer platforming shooter in 100 days. Yeah, the 100 days part I think is difficult. I think if I were just thinking like racer in 100 days, I think I would probably start looking at what other games have done and try to figure out how to put a racing element on it. In fact, I almost wonder if you could do something like a speedrunning competition. I guess that's kind of what games like maybe like Fall Guys are. Yeah, the Galaxy Labs idea I think is kind of interesting because I don't think I've ever seen that before. Like there are probably platform racer games, but then abusing the gravity mechanic from Super Mario Galaxy would be pretty interesting. A game called Tasty Static, basically a platform in a race car. Your jump length was determined by your speed. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, there's a lot of interesting stuff. So yeah, welcome in everybody. There, like I said, today's a Google Documents day. We're not really going to be looking at the game that we've been working on for a while. It's going to be mostly looking at a document, figuring out what would be fun for this. And I have a bunch of stuff written from months ago that we're still parsing through here. Have you seen any gameplay of The Long Drive? No, I have not. Never heard of that, I think. Specifically the cars or vehicles is what Tim is into. Yeah, I think you can, like, depending on how far you stretch what a car is, like if it's just a graphic that has an acceleration, then that's not too crazy. But if it's got steering and handling and I don't know, all the other physics that cars are subject to, and then maybe you need to steer the game a little bit differently. But you could have a car and a platformer, and the way they're jumping is, I guess, like in Rocket League. I don't actually know how they jump in Rocket League, but thrusters or some kind of, I don't know. Yeah, how do they jump in Rocket League? So they just like rocket off into the air. So yeah, depends on how much you stretch car, because a car in real life could not do that. What do you think of the success He Is Coming? I have not seen what He Is Coming is, so I don't. Let me look it up. Is this muted? Yeah, it's muted. Okay, deep into in the forgotten corners of the world, a dark force stirs. Demon King rises once more, sharpen your wits, seek out powerful attacks. Yeah, I don't think I've seen this. This looks like a pretty interesting game. Yeah. Hey, Goose. Jump with the A button. Yeah, that's our answer. You fill in the rest yourself. All right, where's the rest of the scratch stuff we had here? Ah, here it was. All right, still think of the good enough principle and how people just don't have to use it. You think in terms of content reuse, we could reuse systems, that'd be fun. Variance is the key. Prestiging is typically a way to reuse content for the purpose of progressing. Challenge runs would be redoing everything with the purpose of completing the game under some new set of rules. Yeah, so this is a good elevator pitch for challenge runs. I think the idea of challenge runs, I like it more than Prestige. It makes me think of Castlevania Circle of the Moon. It was a manually played game, so you really felt the differences. Yeah, that's one of the problems that I think we need to figure out for this game. So Skeleseller is not really a manually played game. It kind of sort of is. But in general, and I talk about this a lot, and it's going to come up a lot in this whole segment of designing, but there's this concept of good enough. So as an example in Skeleseller, let's say we unlock the town hall, we get auto battling, we go fight in the forest. So we start a battle here. I think there's like no way for me to lose this battle. So let's just speed this up. So my character is going to win. And when they win, they get 2 potions in this case. And it's going to stock the shops. And I'm doing nothing right now. Like I'm moving the camera just to show what's happening. But I don't need to touch the keyboard or the mouse in order for me to infinitely get potions. So that is at the core of this game. And the question is, are you happy getting 3 gold here and there? Well, when the costs are 100 gold, or the costs are whatever these are, 50, 75, those sorts of things, yeah, you're probably happy getting 3 gold. You can just walk away from your computer and come back later, and you'll have enough to buy any of these things. But if this costs 100,000 gold, you are probably not happy getting 3 gold anymore. So that concept is at the core of the game. And if we add in a challenge mode where we're like, potions only sell for 1 gold now, it doesn't drastically change things going from 3 to 1. You're still going to eventually get 100 sales. You're still going to eventually get 50 sales. So any challenge mode we add needs to not just turn into, oh, how have you idled the game some more? Definitely not following the 30x Steam reviews currently. Yeah, I hope Skeleseller can fall into that bucket of just taking off when it launches. Not sure what challenge modes would look like given that it's automated. Yeah, so I think this stuff really sums up a lot of this. The idea behind challenge modes here. I want to capture that somewhere. Challenge modes, high level design. So what was that? What was that little elevator pitch thing that I talked about? Yeah, redoing everything with this. So this is sentence number 1 that I want to keep, and sentence number 2 that I want to keep is this. So let's go put both of those into here. Yeah. I don't want all of the challenges to turn into a variation of just treat this as an idle game and eventually win. Base one to be removing all kinds of automation, only for hardcore players. But is it fun? Like one of the things that I see almost all new players say, they click repeat battle and they see, oh yeah, okay, my adventure is battling. Then they win the battle and they're like, okay, I'm clicking repeat again. Is there going to be an auto repeat for this? And then eventually they build a town hall pretty early on and they're like, oh good, there is. So now imagine you didn't have that level of automation. Is it fun to click repeat over and over? Like if you're not manually controlling the game, so you're not making your spirit caster like summon the snake and you're not making them use fireball or something, then I don't think this level of interaction is interesting. Kind of the same thing with workers and items. It's like you dragging every item into a shop would probably feel tedious. Does it have ascensions like Slay the Spire? No, that's essentially what we're designing. Not ascensions necessarily, but Slay the Spire, the way that they made it repeatable, one was making it a roguelike in the first place where you get different options every time. And 2 would be the ascensions, making it more difficult. Yeah. Maybe just auto battle would be a lot. But it's still the same question. Like, is it fun? So let's say you didn't have workers at all. So now items are spewing out of the portal because you have auto battle and you're like, I drag this here. I drag this here. Is that fun gameplay? We're just making you drag items. There's no decision. I feel like if there's no decision and you're doing something purely mechanical, that it's not fun. And I think like stamina in Diablo 2 is a good example. Is a good example of a bad mechanic. Apparently, it was originally designed to stop you from running away from fights. So you would run out of stamina and then you could only walk. So if you were trying to walk away from a fight, you might be disincentivized to do it. But it didn't stop people from doing it. And it was just a bad mechanic. I had fun doing all this stuff a lot, actually. Yeah, then, yeah, it's something we could definitely consider. I can put it down as a mod idea. Disallow automation of most things. Auto battling would probably still be allowed, but you wouldn't have workers, so you would have to stock everything yourself. Then another question I got to ask at some point is, are any modifiers counter to each other? E.g., you can't automate anything, plus you start with 3 workers. Should we stop that from happening? As the difficulty, something that stops you from doing the optimal or your familiar strategy. Yeah. And this is where, like I said, this is where this thing comes down right here. These two statements. 1, challenge runs are a way of redoing something. You complete the game under a new set of rules. So in Slay the Spire, ascension levels were you have less life, you find fewer items, bosses are harder, something like that. So okay, cool, we're fine there. But then Slay the Spire was a manually played game. So you feel all of those differences that you do. With Skeleseller, if we say bosses have 2x the life, you wouldn't really change your strategies very much. You would just grind a little bit more. And since grinding can be done without you being at your computer at all, I think it would turn into a thing that people like overcome the difficulty by grinding. Now, I think there's something to be said for that's at the core of practically any RPG. There's some amount of like over leveling. And the reason why you don't always over level is because it takes time and your time is valuable. In RPGs, you're manually playing the game. So in Pokemon, for example, if you go fight a level 2 Pidgey, you can get to level 100 just by fighting them over and over and over again. And hopefully no one in the world has ever done that, because that sounds like the worst use of your time possible. But if you made a Pokemon bot, why not have it fight level 2 Pidgeys for the next month? You're not there. Who cares? And that's what Skeleseller is, right? Like, you can fight this forest bat and get 3 gold potions the entire game. Nothing's ever going to stop you from doing this. Sure, it might take you a very long time to afford something that costs, let's say, 10,000, but you'll get there eventually. And since you put in no actual person time doing it, then it might not feel like much of a cost. Hey, Campbell Soup. Hey, Rixa. Or you want a challenge? You don't want to make it simple by just outdoing it? That removes the challenge. Yeah. I think that's important. I think maybe players, maybe that's what this all comes down to, is I can only judge on paper so much, and we need to play test this and see what people are doing. And maybe as another idea we should write, it's possibly worth putting metrics into the playtest, even if it's just a JSON file that I tell people how to upload to me. That way we can see what people found fun. Yeah, maybe players themselves just want a challenge and don't want to subvert the rules of that challenge. And on the flip side, and this is equally important, maybe some players like the idea of idling to subvert the challenge, in which case they're still having fun. I think the thing I was worried about here is there's going to be some category of player that they beat the game, they get back to the title screen, they see some new like challenge mode thing here, they click challenge mode, and then they're like, oh, I can beat this by just idling. This isn't fun. That's what I'd be concerned by. Also, I should probably move my camera over, right? Like I said, I rearranged my room, so I shifted my camera around. Ever played Dark Souls 2 where mobs eventually die off? I have not. I think I played the first Dark Souls for about half an hour, but I didn't play Dark Souls 2. But I'm guessing what you're saying is they just stop you from grinding at some point. And that is another idea. We can potentially try to cut off how far you can get, but we pretty much, like, we need to make it obvious from the get-go. So imagine a timer on the screen, which is like, beat the first boss within 15 minutes or else you lose. And then beat the next boss within 45 minutes or else you lose. Like, now you've got to fight the timer a little bit. And sure, you can idle for half an hour, but then you better race to beat the boss after that. Running for 10 years if you play optimally. Well, I like that idea of a modifier, or maybe an inherent challenge run. I don't know. I've got to organize a lot of this stuff. I think these design streams are going to take longer than a couple days. I think we'll spend some time doing this stuff, but it could be add a timer. This would probably have to be inherent to a challenge so that we know which times we should expect. Oh, naive Adam. You have no idea how much I waste my time on stupid stuff. No, but really, like, you wouldn't find it fun to play Pokemon in the first, like, few patches of grass, get to level 100, and then go experience the game. Like, it's just such a stupid idea to me. Also, I know people... I gotta say, another stupid idea to me is the Ironmon challenge. I just don't get it. The game is like 99% reset after 2 battles so that you hopefully get a good team of Pokemon. This just seems so stupid to me. And people are doing it, but I'm trying to understand, like, where is the fun? Because the people I've seen play it seem frustrated. It's more of like, here's an activity that's arbitrarily happening in the background while I play this thing. I'm not saying the people are stupid for playing it or for finding it fun. I think the challenge itself is incredibly flawed. Like, let's work around the limitations of some old game by putting in a challenge that you don't have the tooling to make easy. Yeah, anyway. Game feels like every battle is a puzzle to solve, and it feels like New Game Plus Plus needs to alter how you approach, where you're just doing the same thing again but drawn out. I think that's where these run modifiers would come in. So yeah. Archer gets a penalty in the rain or something. Add another system for shortcuts in the map. all right, let me finish going through some of this stuff because I still want to organize my thoughts on this too. All right, so content reuse, I talked about this. And then we started coming up with some of the challenges, and I started keeping this list somewhere. I want to keep that. I want to keep this like mode ideas or challenge specific mode ideas. Yeah, something like this. Okay, so let's copy paste this entire thing up to here. And then what is in Scratch 2? I don't think when people wait, what? I don't know when people will stop finding the current system's fun. The way the demo works is you max out practically everything shortly after Inferno. We have to rebalance things. They want to get their money's worth. The game teaches you how to always have a monetary goal. No matter what, players will run on new systems. Yeah, this is another thing that we really need to keep in mind. And this is true for any game. At some point, you run out of the things that the people coded. You've seen every item in the game. They're not like random new procedurally generated items, and if they are, they're not meaningfully different from the ones that exist. You've seen the biomes that exist in the game. You've seen the game mechanics. Even infinite games like Minecraft, there are only so many biomes. You've seen snow next to mountains. You've seen mountains next to a lake. You've seen whatever. Like at some point, you hit the limit of what the game had coded in it. It's not that you stop finding it fun, but my reason for writing this down for myself was I don't need to keep coding stuff for people to find the game fun. We can just make some replayable idea. Yeah, 2 high-level ideas expand the content. We can test having new content. It's going to be a narrow slice of players. We consider the extended tutorial to be done. Make every battle a bit harder. Repeaters could be extensions like Skeleseller. Repeaters could be that just getting further into the content that we have. I have a hard time reconciling that with the idle nature of the game. Yeah. Okay, I think we're almost done looking through all this stuff. Okay, and what is this? Throne fall? Here's what it looked like in the game. Too bad there's no way to see this image again. There is, but it's annoying. Passive, active, perks, weapon. Okay, I see. All right, so let's file some of this stuff away. I've got a good idea of what I want to do now. So let's copy these things into the Scratch section that I had. Depends if I have something else I'm supposed to be doing that makes my brain go, oh, you really should do the non-fun but completely random thing instead. Yeah, I get that. I think there are times in games, especially in MMORPGs, where I do something that's suboptimal, but just because I want to turn my brain off. Like, I go harvest herbs in the game or whatever. And maybe those herbs aren't going to be the best use of my time because I could get more money doing something else, but I'm like, I just want to go pick some herbs. But I guess what I'm getting at is like, there was someone in World of Warcraft who leveled exclusively by picking herbs. That's like the Pokemon challenge, except the Pokemon challenge, no one else would ever know you've done that. In World of Warcraft, you can log into the game and see that this person did this challenge. I mean, presumably, maybe they have to be online for it or something. I'm not sure. That's when a DLC update pack comes out. You should be able to know an approximation when the game is going to need new content. Yeah, I think what I'm talking about is something more like Slay the Spire. Slay the Spire, I don't think it's been updated for years, and people are still playing it. So they nailed replayability. They got it down pat. So not every game is going to have that happen, and that's okay. And not every game needs to keep adding new content or be replayable beyond a certain point. It's like there are games out there that people sort of collectively spent enough money on where you could totally say, yes, that was a financially good decision. It was a success. And Slay the Spire has, I think in pretty much everyone's opinion, hit that level. Like, it'd be hard to not call it a financial success, a game success. You might not like the game, but you can recognize those things about it. No shops, only garbage slime. Garbage slime gets a little bit bigger every time you feed it. Garbage slime has specific wants for some items to make it bigger, faster. Time trial, maybe. We're just going to write down everything Pathetic Mind says. Throw it in the ideas section. Garbage mode. So what does Slay the Spire do to enable that? That's what you should be looking at and ask yourself if you feel it's replayability you want your game to promote. Well, okay, but still, I think there's a core genre to a game. So let's say it's a fighting game. The replayability for fighting games is almost always going to be some kind of competition and mastery. And maybe there's some like party game side thing that, yeah, maybe you go for that. But fighting games almost inherently have this stuff because they're like one-on-one games. You are competing by the very nature of the game. You probably want to get better because it's a manually played game. Slay the Spire at its core is a roguelike, which means randomization was built into every decision. By virtue of it even being a card game, means randomization is built in from what card are you drawing off the top of your deck. It might be the card you want, it might not be the card you want. And since you're building a deck, you then affect that randomness. And then you get random relics and random choices and random everything else. Every time you use the word random, it means that the next time you play, it's unlikely to be the same. If all you ever had in your game is one coin flip, it's very likely that you'll play the same game 3-4 times in a row because there's just the one coin flip. So in Skeleseller, we did not make the entire game around randomness. We made it around like you get system A, you interact with it, it then feeds into system B, you interact with it, and so on and so forth, and then you beat the game. So now when you play again, it's like, well, you're going to get system A, you're going to interact with it, you're going to get system B. You might make some slightly different choices. I think there's some inherent replayability even to just having perks, and some people have played the demo multiple times, but it's not sort of expected that you do that. So we have a little bit more of a design hurdle to cross given that there was no randomization. So let's say the farm, we just changed some things. Let's say the farm is something you get at the end of the game. Well, now how do you get to the end of the game if you didn't have the farm? You need some other way of leveling up. We can make another way of leveling up, but how much are we changing the game to do this? And is it fun to just give you, let's say, the fishing pond before the farm, because the fishing pond can let you level up too? So I don't know the answers to a lot of these questions. And some of it's going to involve playtesting. But in general, what I try to do is do enough game design where I think the playtesting will be good. And I usually have a pretty good gut feeling about some of this stuff. What can you do to promote it then? It sounds like you're on the right track. Yeah. And I think the challenge modes are the way. And a lot of what I've said so far is though I don't have any ideas, but I have ideas and I just want to file my notes. So now we're going to start to delve into some of those ideas. Hey, Wiley. Yeah, this is a Corn keyboard. What language? This is C# and Godot that we're using. Today, though, is just about game design right now. So we're talking about how to make the game more replayable. So again, the working idea we've had so far, and maybe we should come back here with like July scratch. So what we have so far is challenge modes exist. There are some inherent modifiers to each mode, which is what forms the challenge. And then there are positive and negative modifiers that you can add. So now what I'm kind of thinking about is, what if we only allowed those extra mods in a sandbox mode? This would prevent you from undermining the challenge by adding mods that we never expected. I kind of like that idea. Can't you add randomizers like enemy modifiers to change things up, like how Diablo does it? Yeah, but this is where we get back to what I was saying originally, which is Skeleseller has the concept of good enough. So let's say you add in random enemies. So you fight in the forest, and now instead of fighting a bat all the time, you sometimes fight like a fire enemy or an ice enemy, and we have resistances and elements and whatever else. You will still win with a party, let's say 30% of the time, which means you will still, some people will just like leave the game running there and be like, all right, I'll just let it auto battle. I win 30% of the time, but that just means I'm spending a little bit longer doing this stuff. So in a lot of other games, like Diablo style game, you are manually playing the game. So rather than casting the fireball in this direction at a fire immune enemy, you're going to be like, I have to change up my gameplay. In Skeleseller, you can't necessarily change up your gameplay. Or if you do, you're just kind of setting it once and forgetting it. Or we're adding specific hurdles that you have to then try to overcome by changing up your party. So in essence, the way you overcome those challenges is just so different in Skeleseller that it might remove the fun as you do it. Like at the end of the game, you'll have 10 adventurers. If you get to this thing and you're like, oh, this party's not winning, there's enough thought you have to put into to how do I get them to win? But then once you have that party, you'll be like, all right, now just auto battle. Can't you introduce something like a cost for heroes to go on an excursion, like rations? Yeah, but then there's got to be a way to get rations. And however you get rations is going to follow the good enough principle too, which is that people will automate the getting of rations and then they'll try out some new things. So again, what it comes down to is like, we would have to introduce a hurdle. And then we have to make sure that overcoming that hurdle is fun. And it just might not be, right? Like, what if we say you can only do 10 battles or something like that? I'm not saying this is a good hurdle, but let's say that's the hurdle and you do the 10 battles and then you're like, I couldn't figure it out. And now we're like, well, you lose, redo it next time. Is that fun? Maybe it is. I don't know. I'm not trying to just shoot down the idea. I'm just trying to say it's hard to judge these things without having it in your hands and being like, is this the best incarnation of this system that we could do? What's the break schedule? I think we're just going to barrel through one long stream because I probably can't stream in the afternoon today. Like I said, there's some real life constraints for at least today and tomorrow. And then after that, things should get kind of back to normal. Finding a way to promote play and then replayability over and over. Yeah, so anyway, this is what I was thinking of. So what if we have this stuff? And I like the idea of a sandbox mode. However, if you are only unlocking mods from beating challenges and you can only use those mods in sandbox mode, then it may seem like less of a reward. Maybe you can apply one mod to each mode, something like that. So yeah, this concept of a sandbox mode would be kind of interesting because then the challenge modes could remain a little bit more pure. So we look at one of these modes that we have here, like this one, farmer mode. You start with a farm. The farm is what produces your sellable items. You cannot sell potions, weapons, and armors. You probably can't even find weapons and armors if they have no purpose. Or maybe the garbage slime can eat them. Not sure what you even do with weapons / armors that you find. Then the farm can get a lot larger. The extractor. Oh, I see. Never mind. All right, let's put that up there then so I don't get confused by that in the future. Maybe you don't have a warehouse. Your farm could grow armors and weapons or something. Probably need some way to grow crops faster. Yeah, so like this would be a mode idea that we could do. You have the farm in the game, but the farm is like the main way you're expected to play. So instead of being 5 by 5, we make it like 15 by 15 or something. Now you're doing a lot of like clicking crops. I think we have to lean into that even more though and make it so you have to like manually water crops or something, or your workers are watering crops. Should probably write that down. Probably need to lean into the farm idea even more if we go this route. E.g. your workers water crops or plant the seeds and you yourself can perform those actions. I think this sort of thing would be fun. What if each area after you beat it has a modifier you set on it, like +1, +2 levels above your group? It always stays relevant. My sort of like gut feeling about this is if you're choosing to change the level of an area, then we need to change the rewards as well, in which case we should probably just make different areas. Because right now, the way the game works is you work your way through the entire game once, and then that's it, because that's all we have. But in the future, what's going to happen is you will then get the ability to replay each area one more time, and they'll all be harder. And that's the way that the areas kind of stay relevant, and they'll drop new items. What if the shops just turned into farm plots? Yeah, that could work. There could just be different farms. The shop areas could just turn into extra farms. Need some kind of like roguelike Factorio for inspiration. Can't think of a game like that. Well, I guess it's like what makes Factorio replayable? And that's an honest question. I've only played Factorio for about 45 minutes, so I never got to the point of even finishing a playthrough, let alone wanting to replay it. But like, yeah, what makes people want to replay Factorio? Hey, The Rock. Would you spend something to upgrade an area before you play it to upgrade its rewards for added difficulty? I think it's kind of the same general idea that I was responding to earlier. Like, if you're spending something to upgrade an area ahead of time, you need to make sure that it's still beatable. But isn't that just like spending something to unlock the next area? And then just having both of these things exist as difficulties? Like, in a sense, it's kind of just a UI issue that we're talking about here. Because these two things are fundamentally the same. Like, forest level 2 and forest level 3, and there's some like cost to doing these things versus forest, caves, and mines or something, and they're like 3 distinct locations. In each one you could have the same enemies you would have had already. You're just either representing them as different locations or representing them as the same one. So at that point, I think the general question is like, what is the goal we're trying to accomplish? And then, and by the way, this is something I ask for everything. And then what is the best way to accomplish that goal? So if it is to just have more choices, it might make sense to consolidate them all into one menu that you choose rather than having 3, because then you'd have the logistical problem of having to pan the map around. So yeah, I can see consolidating them at that point. But then why are we giving you the choice? Is it because we need more granularity? Is that the real problem that we're solving? Hey, TCAP. TCAP, I sent you some DMs. I watched the video. Thank you very much for streaming the game. Also, shout out to TCAP. And shout out to Tim. I forgot to do that earlier. And now I don't think I can do another shout out immediately, but even if I can, I don't want to have 2 going at the same time. So I'll write myself a reminder later to shout out Tim. Return shops into farms. I think it'd be cute or funny to name them similarly, but farm related instead of normal names. Yeah, I think so too. I think the humorous stuff will probably fall in pretty easily if we do these sorts of things. I don't know if you heard about my cow idea, but at the end of the original game, it's going to be that you find an antidote, because that's what the whole game was based on, you dying. But at the end of farmer mode, you could get a cow, and it could be like, oh, this is why I was adventuring all along. It's because I wanted my own cow. I think it'd just be a humorous way to end it. Does every location give the same reward? No. Every location does not give the same reward. So they give different rewards. But what I was saying about this idea is these could also give different rewards. And if you're doing level 2 of a location, it naturally follows that you'd want a better reward. Maybe it's more of the same thing. But yeah. Also, for anyone who is dropping by, the demo is available for this game on Steam. I do tend to request that people at least play the game before suggesting things, only so that they know what fits in this game. I've had a lot of people say things like, you know, what if you added equipment to the game? And I'm like, does it make sense in the current iteration, or they'll, I don't know. Just it helps for suggestions too if you've tried the game before. You can make an experience bar that fills with each battle, and you level them up to a max like 3, giving you more loot, but it should also take a long time to fill 1 bar. But again, what's the goal we're trying to accomplish? Like, what is this doing? I feel like if we don't answer this question, then it's like if we said, what if the bats could be red instead of green? And it's like, is this for the sake of color blindness? Is it for the sake of enemy variance? Is it they felt too stale with them as green? Like, if we don't know what goal we're trying to solve, we're just asking questions without knowing what is even a good answer. So we're saying like, oh, what if there were different locations? But like, why? what is the problem? Is it to just try to add fun to the game? Is it a different decision tree? Is it changing your decision tree when you do that? Let's get back to where I was here. So yeah, the idea of a sandbox mode, I think this is fine, but I think this is sort of ancillary to the main problem here, which is maybe we should be looking at, oh, by the way, I should write this down at least. Random mode, customer centric, random mode, or daily mode. Yeah, I'll just write this down as daily mode. And then just delete this. Okay, so we should write a sandbox mode. You can apply any number of modifiers to a run. In fact, maybe all other challenge modes don't let you apply modifiers so that you don't dilute the challenge of it. Don't do that. Sounds mean. Yeah, no, I wouldn't. Don't worry. The only thing I can think of right now is making it faster to collect items for quests, so you have the same loot table in one location, just better. But is that a problem in the game? Is it a problem right now that you can't collect items fast enough? Because I don't think so. I think the average quest length is probably like 5 minutes. So do we need to make it 2.5 minutes and add an entire new system that makes people make different choices and understand that there's an experience bar that fills, add the UI, add the dev time for that? And if that is a problem, can we just solve that by saying like, okay, let's make quests take half the items? And this is why, by the way, I say this is super important. Like, what are we trying to accomplish and what's the best way to accomplish that? Because if it's purely just speed up quests, then this is not the best way to accomplish that. And if we had this tying into like everything in the game, like you always needed 50 of this kind of item and 40 of that kind of item, then I could definitely see this mattering. But I still don't think it'd be the best solution. I think the best solution at that point would be something like we add in an enchanter spell where you can like, I don't know, you click this and whatever battles you do will drop more items from a certain location or something like that. Something where it's maybe even easier to explain to a player. Okay, so getting back to this. So maybe we should be looking at a specific challenge. Maybe we should add in like 1 to 2 for launch. Although if we did that, I guess that's the other problem with this. Yeah, the other problem with a sandbox mode is that each challenge is presumably just something you would do once. Or maybe each challenge allows you to do a sandbox equivalent of it. I guess if you unlock its inherent modifiers, it would be possible to add other mods. I'll write that down too. Okay, maybe after beating a challenge mode once, we could allow you to add any compatible mods. If we don't do this, then each challenge mode only really provides its content once. Have you played Hades? I have played Hades, but I've forgotten a lot of it. So I don't remember when Hades came out, but I probably played sometime around then. And then I just never played again after that, like 1 month. Yeah, 2020. So yeah, I probably haven't played this game. Well, that's weird. Is this gonna load? Huh. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, so I probably played this about 5 years ago. Their heat system kind of like, yeah. I think people have said that too, that this is like the heat system. And I think this is an interesting way of doing this. I have played Ember Knights more recently, and I think they did something very similar to that too. I think these games, though, adding challenge is actually felt by players because they're manually controlled. So again, if I'm like, let's take a fighter game that most people have at least heard of. If you take Street Fighter and you're like, the enemy has 5 times as much life, it will be a struggle for a lot of people to win any fight because you're putting in punches and kicks, you're inputting that yourself. But if I'm like, oh, we're playing an automated Street Fighter, and I'm like, oh, the enemies have 5 times the life, you'd be like, God, this didn't change the experience for me at all. Fights just take 5 times longer now, but I'm winning every fight anyway. So the heat system for Hades, the whatever it was called for Ember Knights, those systems were things that you now needed to like have faster reaction time or better accuracy or more actions per minute, something like that. I saw some thumbnail before opening the stream. I thought you were wearing a Skeleseller shirt. You might be thinking of the hoodie that I have, the Skeleseller hoodie. I do wear that in the afternoons usually because I'm kind of cold in the afternoons. I think having both novelty and difficulty increasing at the same time is the best. I think so too, but I don't know how difficulty is manifested in Skeleseller. And that's kind of what I was talking about. Like think of a way of making the game hard right now. not just taking longer, but harder. How would you do that? And let's say something that would work in another game, like bosses have 5x the life. This would result in you changing your party composition a little bit, but otherwise you would need to grind for longer to level up. And that's it. Maybe you change your skills around a bit, but your only inputs to battle are which adventurers to take and which skills to have. And you could think of one final meta point as being like which levels to raise your adventurers to. But that's it. Those are your inputs. So if we go into the game and you're like, okay, the witch doctor isn't working for me, you could try different builds here. So I could be like, oh, instead of this, I'm going to put my points into this one. Or you could try not having the witch doctor. And those are your only options. So can you make it hard to figure out what the combinations are? Like even in a game like Pokemon, you might think you have those same options. Which Pokemon am I taking? Which ones am I taking? Which skills they have? But then you're picking the skills in battle. So for Pokemon, like that's good enough. That's now fun because you're like, oh, I could use this skill, which has a 70% chance to hit, but it's the wrong type. Or I could use this skill, which is going to weaken their defense, but will I live for long enough? What if they use this ability? You're making those decisions in a battle. In Skeleseller, you don't make any decisions in a battle. So yeah, anyway, this is what has been at the core of all of this that I've been saying is these are called challenge modes because it's like work within these constraints, but it's not really a challenge in the same sense of a manually played game. What do you have buildings fail or shut down? The shop goes on vacation. That way you have to work around it. I think those sorts of things come down to how do you work around that? Because what we'll have set up until that point has been that the game is automated. So as an example, here's a sort of a pain point for people playing the game right now is they typically have adventurers doing battle for them. So let's say we put these in here and let's say we set these to auto battle. Whoops, there. Okay, so we get some items. We're setting this to auto battle. So right now I only have one worker. And if we win this battle enough times, you'll see that they will not be able to keep up with these items that are here. So the problem that people have right now in the game is their farm is like full. It's got crops available to harvest. And they're like, why is my worker not harvesting these? If I were to stop this battle, the worker will go harvest them. So if I speed this up now they're going to go harvest crops because they have nothing else to do. But up until that point, they're like, why do I have to do this myself? Because up until that point, the game has trained them that you don't have to do any of these actions. You just can if you want to. And every once in a while, people see that the skeleton will do this and they'll be like, oh, they do harvest crops. So then that sort of alleviates some of the pressure that they have. So with something like this, where what if a building could fail? I think up until this point, it would have kind of shown them that like, oh, a failure gets automatically addressed by a worker going over there and fixing the building. So if we don't do that, is it like you click the building to repair it? Maybe you spend some money. And then is that fun? And is that something you would want to automate? And you could argue that it's probably like a decent enough thing. You've got to pay attention, paying attention to it. It's like an anti-idle mechanic, I guess. But then I assume because of how the rest of the game is set up, people would be like, okay, I want there to be a perk somewhere, like auto mend buildings. Whenever you have the money and a building is broken, have a worker go spend time mending it. And that's not bad. That's like a small mechanic that could be added. But in general, I don't think that alone is going to be like, okay, I like that this mechanic existed. I think this is a fun new like gimmick to Skeleseller. Something in challenge modes now, your building's also breaking, you have to go fix it. Yeah. I think that the point I was kind of trying to make here is a lot of what seems like a challenge in other games turns into tedium in Skeleseller. Like a building breaking down and having to repair it or divert funds or something. It could be interesting in a game where like you walk over to that building and now your character interacts with it. And by being in that point in the world, they're not in another point in the world. But in Skeleseller, I might be like, oh, okay, so I got to click the repair button every once in a while. And like, Now, what would players do as a result of this? They'd play like fully zoomed out so they can see if anything's broken down. Then they just click and they'd be like, I'm done. That's my worry. Again, we don't know until we've tried this out. Maybe it could be the most fun idea in the world, and I'm like, I don't think this is gonna be fun. But I think this is the core problem of this, which is, what does challenge look like? And is challenge even the goal? If it's just experiencing the game in a new light, then any mechanics we do that change the gameplay could be interesting. I guess I need to think of if there's maybe then what we should be thinking about is, what is a drastic enough change that we'd make? I'm going to write this down in the high level design of this. Yeah. Yeah, so maybe that's what we need to think about. Maybe we need to think about changing the rules so drastically that it's like a totally different game. I'm wary of this because of my every game would be better as Minecraft saying. I'll have to think about it a little bit more. At quick time events, don't do that. QTs are annoying. I think adding input to battles could be interesting, although I'm not sure how. Maybe we could add input to battles. There could be an ability that you choose when to use, or maybe a generic power-up or something. Or power-ups are an item that you consume. Yeah. What's the thing that people enjoy about it? Is it organizing a group, growing the town? Surely you'd want the solution to the difficult problem to be more of that. I think it's a combination of things. I think it's a combination of like numbers go up. There's like cutesy visualizations for what's happening. They're not even just visualizations. I shouldn't write visualizations. They're actually a worker moving an item to something. The thought of building up a town. And then what was the other thing I was going to say? Oh yeah, the novelty of systems that you unlock. And yeah, these eventually run out. So I think one way of making Skeleseller successful, and I mentioned this earlier, is if instead of trying to make ways to replay this, we were just like, okay, new system goes here. We put in mining. You can get ores. You then get a blacksmith over here. They start crafting weapons. The weapons sell for more. Cool. We put in a new system on the left side, a new system on the top, and we made another like hour of gameplay. Now we were like, oh, let's put in crafting at the bottom. And let's put in a thing on the left side, a bank, and you can, invest your money in something. And now over on the right side, we could keep building up the town so that until everything is full, we're like not done with the game. So you have every square foot of this thing covered with a new system. And people would probably find that really fun. And it would take us another like year or two to build the game. And then they'd play it and we'd be in the same problem we're in now, which is like, how do we encourage you to replay the game? There was a reason why I brought this up and I forgot why. Let me look at this. Oh yeah. So yeah, what people enjoy about Skeleseller now is that there's a lot of new game to play, I think. And again, I'm kind of summarizing based on what I've seen people say and how I've seen them play. But we're going to run out of that, and then we need to find a way to replay that stuff. So now the novelty aspect is going to be gone. I don't know how many people are going to want to play it another time. And I keep coming back to this, so I should probably like write this in bold everywhere, which is I need to play test something. I need enough people to say, yes, this is fun. And I guess I need them to also want to replay whatever it is that was fun, or for that fun thing to be extended easily enough in terms of dead time. Yeah. We need to create risk, like losing adventurers that they fall in combat. Yeah. So that is one way of doing this. You could say something like, if your whole party dies, then you lose those adventurers for good. But what is that going to do to players? So think of what a hardcore mode does in any game for players. It makes you play much more cautiously, and it changes your build slightly to go for maybe more defensiveness, which is another way of playing cautiously. And then in an idle game, is that fun to do? So like I played World of Warcraft. I really like the game. Then I tried playing World of Warcraft hardcore, and it was like the most boring way I've ever played the game. In fact, at one point I stopped joining groups of people because they meant risk. Like if I joined a group and the group did a stupid thing, I would just be dead and there'd be nothing I could do about it. So I just eventually quit and I was like level 55 or something. And I was just like, I'm not playing the last 5 levels of this. It just felt so boring to me. So yeah, risk in an idle game, I think, is in the same vein of that, where it's probably something that now you play so cautiously that it's just not fun anymore. Or I guess you're keeping your eye on the flee button or something. Yeah. Workers don't prioritize the closest item on the farm. They only prioritize the farm once they've done everything else they can do. Yeah. Something in challenge modes. Okay, yeah. So not having adventures always fighting at all times makes you feel like you're not doing well. On top of that, I always felt like I had to have 3 battles running at all times. Otherwise, I felt like I wasn't being efficient. I've heard this, and I'm not sure where the problem is exactly here, but I think this is sort of orthogonal to the replayability thing. So I'll forego responding to this, given that there's much more chat here now too. Hard mode, cover the screen with a blank sprite. They have to know where to click. This would be hard. You are definitely right about that. That is a way you can add difficulty. You could have the whole screen be upside down too, and that would also be hard. You need a loop of, oh, something's wrong in my park, like vomit everywhere. How do I solve this? So that's already happening in the game. That loop exists. Like, am I getting too many items? Am I getting too many customers? Where do I need to address my throughput? But in terms of replayability, I don't think you're going to be like, all right, let me go play the entire game again because I just liked it so much I was gonna play it another time. You might, but you're probably not gonna play it another 10 times. That's where we need to change something up. Oh, to perk allows you to add extra waves with some arbitrary limit whenever you go into a battle zone, exchange for more rewards. I think a lot of people try to get that check mark, extending playtime. Yeah, I think that would extend playtime, but I don't think it would. Okay, so let me put it this way. I guess what we have right now we have maybe like 2 hours of gameplay. For launch, the aim is for 5 hours of gameplay. And what I think people want is a way to get like 40 hours of gameplay. So it's like, how do we stretch 5 into 40 in a fun way? And this thing about what if you could replay areas, go for completion on them, I think that would turn 5 into like 8. So it's not bad if all we wanted to do is add a few hours. But then why would they play the game again after that? So I think maybe it's better for me to phrase this as I'm looking for an not quite infinitely, but let's say infinitely replayable. So something like Slay the Spire. Slay the Spire doesn't have infinite content, but lots of people put a lot of hours in that game. Or Stardew Valley. Stardew Valley, again, like a typical game might last for 40 hours, and then people are like, I want to do the farm again. Except for this time, I'm going to focus on different things, or I'm going to marry a different person, or I'm going to whatever else. Or Terraria, or really any number of games you could say are sort of infinitely replayable, or mods change up the experience or something. So those are the kinds of things I'm thinking about. I'm not saying this wouldn't extend the gameplay. It would. It would only appeal to certain people. And once you've gotten all the rewards you need, you'd probably kind of stop. And I think you probably saw this as you were playing the game yourself. You do get into a point where you're like, I could probably be more efficient, but I just don't care to be more efficient. And I see this happen with a lot of people. I watched someone play recently. I don't remember who it was. It might have even been TCAP. I don't know. Anyway, they had their farm at like 4x4 for practically the entire time they played the game. The difference between 4x4 and 5x5 is more than 50%. So imagine your farm producing X, and now imagine it producing 1.5X. Like, that's a pretty significant multiplier. And they even realized at some point, whoever I'm talking about, which I don't remember who they were, they realized at some point that they're like, oh, I need more wisdom sludge. And yet they just never upgraded the farm. And that's the summary of this good enough phenomenon I keep talking about, where like that person was just like, you know what? I'm not bored. I'm not like, oh my God, I need this to go faster. And they're like, how do I do that? And they look through these and they come to the wrong conclusion. Let's say they were just having a good time. They were just playing. The farm is 4x4. It feels like the fun bit is growing the town. It feels like Stardew Valley in some way. I think for any game that has sort of multiple obvious sources of fun, it's going to be different for different people. Like if you ask people, why do you find Tetris fun? You're going to find maybe like 3 reasons. It's either they just like watching the lines go away, they're aiming for a high score, or they're trying to get as far as they can or something like that. They're not going to be like, it's the exploration or it's the trading. Those don't exist in Tetris. So with Stardew, yeah, or Skeleseller, there are enough different things that you could find fun where some people are going to really focus on those things, and it's like trading in an MMORPG. Some people hate it, some people love it, some people that's all they do. They don't even want to do the battling part of it. But I don't know if that's the core appeal. And if it is, how far can we go with that? So I do think this is part of the core appeal, by the way. I was talking sort of generically there. I think growing the town is fun, and I think most people would agree it's fun. But I think there's only so much we can do before we need unique new buildings that take dev time to craft. Challenge runs are almost exclusively making games less fun and there's more repetition, or you simply need to wait longer. The reason people enjoy them is because of the reward they feel after doing something that others consider to be hard. Yeah, well, you're solidifying my point, which is that I need to play test this. But thank you for sharing that, because I was not aware of this stuff. I wanna write this here as like I need to drill this in. Need to focus on this. Yeah. Okay, let me finish reading chat, because I know I got pretty behind there. Hey, Andre. Hey, I know what I was thinking about you recently, because I have not seen you in a while. I was going to email you about something, but darn it, what was it? I don't remember what I was going to email you about. Yeah, I don't recall. Something about Skeleseller. The problem is the automation is too simple, so you're struggling to add to it. I don't think that's it. I think there's a way to make a game replayable and still have it be simple. Like Candy Crush is pretty replayable. The rules are very easy, and there are people who play like thousands of levels of that. But either way, I think it's worth trying to figure out a design that works with this. I think what I'm concerned, my real problem right now, is that this doesn't sound fun on paper, but it actually would be. I think that's my real problem. So if you distill any game down to its core mechanics, and I'm like, oh, StarCraft is just making a bunch of units to harvest so that you get a big enough army and wipe out your opponent. This sounds kind of boring, right? Like maybe it sounds a little bit fun, but I wrote it in such a way that makes it sound boring. But StarCraft is a super successful game. And I guess Minecraft is a better example. If I'm just like, yeah, you place blocks. It's virtual Lego. Some people would be like, what? That's not a game. And yet it's the most played game on the planet. So maybe that's my issue right now, is that I'm just talking about things too abstractly, and it's too hard to gauge, because all that really matters in the end is, are people going to replay it? And I haven't made anything for people to try that out. How delayed am I on chat? Okay, like 7 minutes. Let me try to speed through this. Ascension mode, like cookie clicker ready to ascend. So this is sort of like what we're talking about with the challenge modes. Yeah, I don't think conveyor belts are going to happen in this game. The whole point is that the automation is simple and that you should be able to leave your brain off, I think. What's your target price? I'm aiming for like the $10 to $15 range. Because the way idle and clicker mechanics complement each other, could add some tension by putting in limitations to both of those. Players should be strategic with which aspects they idle. Yeah, I think limiting the idleness could potentially help. I want to think about that some more. I'll copy this down as something to think about here. Had in my head was a silly one, like the main game ends in a totally different game, like a city builder starts. Perhaps after unlocking the main stuff, the game shifts toward make as much money as possible, fill the map with buildings. There could be tiers of buildings, then some new unlocks. I think that's interesting. I think it's a nice way of, like I kind of mentioned to TCAP, it's a nice way of extending like 5 hours into like 9 hours or something like that. But I don't think it would cause people to play forever. And then once they've maxed out that city, I don't think they'd keep playing. But I like the general idea. Where do we put this? We could say like manifest destiny mode. Yeah. Hamavita. Options, decision, or randomness are the things you're looking for, but I don't really know the context of your game. Yeah, and by the way, this is what I was saying earlier. If you want to, you can play the game. There's a demo available now. It's about 2 hours of content. I think it would, if you felt like contributing to this conversation in a meaningful way, I think playing the game is a great way of being able to do that, because it's not a lot of context to be able to sort of understand what's going on here. But it is still playing the game. So I recognize there's a speed bump. I'm not trying to say you have to do it or something. Is there a problem with the player not knowing something is wrong? No. Well, sorry, I'm responding to something from 5 minutes ago now, so I'm not totally sure what I was talking about at the time. So maybe it was. What are these games that you put in examples have in common? Systems that can mix and match? So a lot of the games that I'm talking about are manually played games. In fact, every game I mentioned is a manually played game. I don't know what most automated games do for replayability. And for traditional idle games, at least, it's just extend the gameplay. It's truly just that. It's like make things take longer, like way longer. And then the new systems you add that cost, let's say, 1 month of dev time, give like 1 month of playtime as well. So this is not the ratio right now for me. It takes me a month to build like 1 hour of content right now. Maybe even more than a month to build an hour of content. So other games, other idle games can potentially extend it by just spending the month and getting like, oh, well, I'm getting a month out of it. So it's like a 1-to-1 ratio. I want 15 hours of gameplay at a minimum for me to feel good. Keep in mind, I already played 7.5 hours, 7.5 hours or so of the demo. That was only supposed to be 2 to 3 hours. Yeah, so potentially for you, just having the rest of the content in the game would be enough. Also, out of curiosity, what caused you to replay the game again? Not sure if you said it, but how many hours of gameplay you're trying to reach? So ideally, as many as possible. I want the main game to be 5 hours, and for any replayable stuff to at least last for another like 5 or 10. But ideally, for people to be like, oh man, I really like that. Let's do another run. And I don't know how possible that is. Some form of multiplayer group growth, just spitballing. That way people help drive continuation for each other. This is too much dev time for me to do. It's not that it's a bad idea. I think a multiplayer thing would be interesting, but designing it would probably be very tough. Then developing it would certainly be tough. Then we need the infrastructure for all of that. Unless we're doing some like just peer-to-peer Steam direct stuff. Been focused on filling out my time with work and some hobbies. Gonna try out a round of interviews. Oh, nice. Good luck. Yeah. Happy to help with anything? Oh, yeah. Yeah. I don't know if you've seen all the treasure system stuff, but I'm super, super happy with how this stuff turned out. We have not play tested this yet, but for anyone who hasn't seen it, this is the newest system in the game. You unlock this after you've beaten like half the game pretty much. And the way it works is you can purchase treasure chests. So we buy a chest, and now this has an item in it. It says Warrior's Plate, and it's got 10 minutes remaining on it. So if you just wait 10 minutes, you're going to get Warrior's Plate out of it. But then there's this key system that we have, which let me just cheat my way through this. So you'll get keys, and the keys have different effects. So this says opens a chest 1 minute sooner and increases the drop quantity. So we put this in here, and now we get 2. And we also lower the time. And we put this in here, and we get another item. So now we're getting 2 both of the Warrior's Plate and the Rogue's item. We put this in here, and now we get 2 times 3, and we keep going up. And when you finally open this thing, so like let's say I put in all these keys, and I guess I need another couple, and let's max out the warehouse here. Okay, so check this out. I'm getting 21 of 3 different kinds of items. So I open this, and it just spews them into my warehouse. So like this is the new system that we have, and then your workers can all pick up these items and bring them to the guild. And what'll happen is it will power up those adventures. So like we got the Warrior's Plate, that's for the warrior. And you'll see their guild supplies go up. And this is the system that's going to fill out the rest of the main game mode content. So I think this is super cool. I really like this. I think there are a lot of fun things about this, like the key system, getting new treasure chests, getting the perks unlocked here. This is a money sink for the game. It gives your workers something to do. There's just a lot of nice things that this did for us. All the players have 4 squares of farm. We're happy with it instead of realizing something was wrong. Oh, I don't think it's a problem of the player not knowing. Oh, in that case, actually, yes. No, they mentioned that there was a small problem. When the farm was only 4x4, they didn't see any rocks. And I don't know if it's that they didn't see any or they didn't remember any. So when the rocks are there at first, it's super obvious. There are rocks here. When you try filling up the farm, you only see 4 plots. Then as you flesh this out, so if we click this, it's still obvious there are rocks and they saw them. And then they got to this point, and now they did not see rocks anymore, but they're definitely still there. So I'd only heard this one person say this problem, but I think they were streaming or making a video, and those people are more distracted than other players. I think it was Javi who did this. Yeah, it was Javi. Javi was streaming, and he was like super distracted by chat. So I don't think that was actually a problem with the game. I've seen other like AAA games get released, and when a streamer plays them, they get distracted just enough to be like, what am I supposed to do here? And it's like the game was literally telling them right before that, and they just got sidetracked and forgot. Let me keep scrolling down. It'd be pretty good return given that you already have a wave system in place. But yeah, I understand it'll not be a factor for someone deciding to replay. Yeah, and it's the replay part that I'd be focusing on for now. Yeah. Hey, Kyle. What about extending the game seasons with each season having its own challenges and items? I'd love to see the map covered in snow and snowmen. I think now the coding cost of seasons would be pretty high, but also I don't think the seasons themselves just being visually different would be enough. So whatever it is that's functionally different about a season is what we'd be looking for. And then yeah, sure, we could do that. Yeah, Helpless Hero. Only idle games I've tried are like Fallout Shelter have become more grindy since its launch, and a few others that were mostly turned into gacha style gameplay. Yeah. Not game changing suggestion. Maybe it was already suggested. Maybe you could add a timer for each challenge board. Yeah. I think that could be interesting, and maybe that's what I was saying. In fact, I have that written down. I don't know if I wrote why I wrote it down. We tell you how long it took. We maybe want to track a run. Okay, so yeah, the rationale for this is if challenges do end up just getting idled, then this would encourage you to speed up that time in the future. This is another reason why keeping these challenges pure might be a good idea. But yeah. I'm addicted to the game. It's the most satisfying anti-ADHD thing I've come across. Scratches all the itches. Oh man. Well, that's good to hear, Rixa. And I want to keep that. And I feel like, this is, I don't know how I come across on these streams. If I'm like, oh man, that guy's shooting down like 600 ideas at once. I have a design philosophy, and I'm trying to sort of incorporate these things into the blob that is this design philosophy. And I think if you maintain a consistent vision, it can result in a better game than if you just took all the fun aspects from every other game. So I think this shows that the recipe is working, and we just need to get the replayable stuff down. Should be the cow in one of the treasure chests. Should be. Think about many of the games you have mentioned about replayability, that there are multiple ways to get to the end. Right now, there isn't really more than one way. There are some things that I felt that I had choice, but there being so few upgrades, in some cases, there isn't really any reason to consider what to focus on. The reason for that is that the difference between the not skill floor, but the efficiency floor and efficiency ceiling are not very high. But the multiple ways to get to the end thing, if you think about it in terms of I want to be optimal, in Skeleseller, there would be slightly different ways you'd get there. But yeah, in general, it is a much more linear game. And cool, Thurok. Yeah, let me know what you think too. Sprites just keep getting better. Oh my god, I know. Wait until I show you this. So here's something that Quickie Joe just did on his own. I didn't even ask him. So right now, when we open any character's dialogue, so let's say we open up this, all you're seeing in the portrait is just a still frame of one of their animation frames. So like they're the exact same sprites at some point. Same thing here. These are just still characters to begin with, but it's just their sprite. Quickie Joe went and made custom portraits for all of the characters. And look at these things. They're amazing. Like, look at the garbage slime. Is that not the most adorable thing? The chef slime looks amazing. I really like the sort of smug look on Gil's face. And then all the other NPCs here too. Even including the human version of you at the beginning for the, I think, one dialogue in the game where this shows up, which is the very first one in the cutscene that says like, hey, I'm excited to go on my adventure. And that's it. So we have a portrait from them now. So like, yeah, the art just keeps getting better and better. I'm super excited about this. Could be wrong and completely incorrect about your vision, but I feel those characters you got are really nice, and it'd be really fun if you had an active battle system similar to Final Fantasy. Again, maybe that doesn't fit this game's end vision. I think an active battle thing would change the game quite a lot, and I think it could be fun if done well. Taco Bandit, thanks for gifting the sub. Sorry, I'm not scrolled through chat. Let me copy this down as like ideas to file, because I am very behind on chat right now, and I said I was going to speed through it, and I didn't. And I saw another gifted sub, and I will thank that person as soon as I can read what their name actually is. So file this if it doesn't already exist. I think people might like a mode like that. Javi streamed the game the same day as me, because my name is also Javi. Yeah, different Javi. Taco Bandit, yeah, thank you. Okay, I am toward the bottom of chat. I think it's a long recurring issue, but the trash slime keeps stealing the show away from the protagonist. Yep. And thanks for gifting that sub, Taco Bandit. It's awfully generous of you. I think speed challenges would be cool. I think the speed challenges, so I've always kind of said this, you can take any game and you can make it a speedrunning game. And there's very little you have to do for that, because you can make your own challenges with just plain English, like get this item, but don't get this item. And that's considered 100% in the game. So with Skeleseller, I think all we need to do is just show a timer, and now speedrunning is possible. And I think we can do that. And I think it's pretty simple. Thanks to the other 2 gifted subs. I'm guessing you didn't want to leave it to chance of who gets the subs, Because I think you save money if you gift 5 randomly. Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate it, Taco Bandit. That's very generous of you. And to spend more money doing it too. Hey, Banana. Yeah, if I had microtransactions in the game, I think that would totally change the equation here. I know there's a cap on this message, but I do want people to consider in a game with microtransactions, you spending a month of dev time on something might mean that you're getting more money back from the people you already have playing the game. Whereas if I have one sale of the game, let's say it's $10, that person has no way of giving me money again in the future right now. There is no in-game purchase. There is no premium mode. There is no DLC right now. That one sale is the only money I'll ever get from that person. So new content is, the point of it is just to get more sales. Whereas new content for a microtransactions game is both to get new sales and to squeeze more money out of your existing player base. But what about nanotransactions? Now that's good thinking. You charge a pico penny to a billion players. That's a lot of money. Hey, Ramu. Could add setting for when starting a new game, like in Nuzlocke and Pokemon, your heroes die permanently. People have suggested this a bunch, and I've never been on board with this idea, and I think I have it written down here. Yeah, hardcore wouldn't be fun in an automated game. We could always try and see what people think, but I don't think it'd be good. Maybe we should just add it. I think enough people have asked for it that we should add it. Okay, I just thought of something because of this sandbox mode idea. If challenge modes just keep getting more challenging, we could eventually have a hardcore modifier on this. I guess this is the idea of whether there should be a sandbox mode or not. Sandbox mode versus adding mods wherever you want. So context, a sandbox mode would be one where you can add any mods at any time. It should exist no matter what. However, the question is whether regular challenges should allow you to add, let me shrink this window again so it's actually visible, huh? Okay, would allow you to add any modifiers you want. By doing so, pros and cons. Pros, you could replay the same challenges, but with variations. Cons would be the challenge wouldn't be as pure. E.g., if I say I beat hardcore mode, but I did it by making adventurers be 10x their original strength, then it means nothing. You can make it a boss comes to your village and you have to defeat it, so it acts like a progress gate. Plus, if you knew the boss and it's randomized, it could curb which heroes let you level up. Yeah, so that is, I think, a more amenable way if we had the timer be exposed as a core part of the challenge and not just a, well, you beat it in 45 minutes versus an hour and 15 minutes. And I think that's our, like, if we need anti-grinding as a mechanic, I think that's something like what we'd do. We'd make it so that you have a level limit at a particular part in the game, and the only way to go beyond that is to beat the boss, and the boss is now the challenging thing. So you're not just going to get to level 100 and beat every boss immediately. Hey, DK. Have you considered something like having the adventurers earn experience in battle, then using the resources just for the level up? It would add variety to early team comps and discovering stats, strats, and combos. I think I might be misunderstanding this. Consider adding something like experience in battle, then using the resources just for the level up. So this concept already kind of exists. Have you tried the game already? For what it's worth, I prefer dev-defined challenges as opposed to build your own. Yeah, I do too. And I think this is a pretty big con. Yeah. This makes me think that a dedicated sandbox mode is where we should allow using the modifiers. If all your original adventurers are destined to die, whether from old age or injury in battle, in the post-game mode, and part of the city upgrade is adding statues. I think if we go with a manifest destiny mode, I think we would have a lot of like random buildings just to fill out the space. So yeah, statues would probably be that sort of thing. Although the only death in the game right now is for people who become workers. Okay. So yeah, I'm very strongly leaning toward having a sandbox mode. I think that's pretty important. You can apply any number of modifiers to a run. In fact, maybe all other challenge modes don't let you apply it. So then allow you to add any compatible mods and just call it an impure challenge. Alternatively, the sandbox mode can acquire inherent modifiers as regular modifiers. These are not difficult things to come up with, but yeah, this is pretty important. All other challenge modes don't let you apply. Does your game have afflictions that your adventurers can get, which would make the game more difficult going forward? No, but okay, let me explain this for anyone who hasn't seen the game yet. So the way that adventurers work in the game, and let me just start a new game here. The way that adventurers work in the game is that they have typically 3 innate skills. So in this one, we have a passive, and we have an active ability. That's pretty standard. We tend to have 2 passive and 1 active. This active ability has a 4-second cooldown. Every 4 seconds in battle, this will get used. So this is not like in a game where you have to click the Empower Spirit button. It's just automatically going to happen. So if we put them into a battle here, they just use their ability. So it's going to empower this spirit. You see Empower show up there. And then that's it. The snake automatically attacks. Like, I don't need to control the battle. So the thing about having afflictions, if they got poisoned or something, which it's not happening yet, but bosses will eventually do something like that, there's no way for you to control who gets unpoisoned or who gets healed. They all follow the rules of whatever their adventurer does. So like the cleric has heal, and it always targets the adventurer with the lowest health. So anyway, the reason I mention all this stuff is if, let's say, there were like debuffs or afflictions in the game, and maybe it's like minus power or minus dodge, it's not like in a manually played game where you'd be like, oh man, I'm weakened, I should run away from the battle for a bit and then run back into the battle. Like, your adventurers are still just going to do whatever their automation tells them to do, and you don't control that automation. So if we wanted that to matter, you'd have to be able to customize their automation, or you'd have to be able to equip different skills based on certain battles, which you can already kind of do. Like, there could be a debuff ability or a cleanse ability, and then okay, it removes the debuff, and when you find you need that, you put that skill on. That can happen. I mean, having to play the adventures to be able to level them up, because currently you can use 3 out of 4 adventures, or 3 or 4 adventures, and then never play the others until late game, then use the resource from the farm to level up everyone to max immediately. But in essence, so okay, what essence in oh my god, I cannot talk. That's why I probably shouldn't do like 3 hours of streaming in a row. Right now what we have is the farm gives sludge levels up adventurers, and what you said is you can just use 3 to 4 adventurers if you want. That's true, but then you're not getting as many items, and fewer items means less sludge from the farm and the pond. And at the end of the game, it's going to mean less, or like fewer guild supplies to power up even further. So there is a trade-off there that's already kind of being done that experience would also similarly do. The reason why I didn't go with experience, though, was very simple, which is, imagine you got like this loadout, something like this. You got a level 5 character here, a level 5 character here, and you hire the paladin at a level 1. How do you level them up? So either you say, okay, I'll just throw them into a battle with my level 5 characters, or you say they can't do that. That's power leveling. We're gonna make them go back to the forest. Is either one of those fun to do? And I don't think so. I don't like hiring a new person in a game and being like, you know what, their skills don't look that great. I hired them for no reason, and I have to level them up now. Like, I think it's better to just have the level up button. So like, that wasn't just a mindless decision I made to try to be quirky or something. It was like I don't think experience works for this game. And I think the games where it works are games where you have actually, I think any game where you have one character, I think it's totally fine. Like a World of Warcraft style thing. I think that makes sense. I think games with parties, even Final Fantasy VII, I was a little bit kind of miffed at one point because you have one party through most of the game. Every once in a while, they're like, okay, now you can't use Cloud, or now you can't use another character, or something like that. But then at one point in the game, they actually say, now you have two parties. And it's like, well, I just ignored the other three characters I now have to use, and they're like super under leveled, and I don't want to level them. Like, that wasn't fun for me. I mean, in between battles, like they have a chance that they got an injury you had to treat before sending them back out. No, that doesn't exist. So something like that could be made to exist, and then we could make it so that you'd have to, I guess, build an inn maybe or something. In essence, what we'd be doing is saying every once in a while they have to do more than just their regular amount of regeneration. And yeah, I guess we'd figure out how you fix that for them. When the main game ends, you switch over to first person VR mode for the rest of the game and have to carry items yourself. Well, we ship you like a suitcase or something, and every time you put a sword in, we're like, we need the suitcase to actually weigh 50 pounds right now. Otherwise, we can't verify that you're holding the sword. So that way you get a workout too. It's pretty unique and possibly marketable. Yeah, I think VR first person mode is pushing it. But what was I gonna write down out of this stuff? Oh, darn it. There was something I thought was good. Hang on a second. It was based on what the Rocket said about the injury and treating it. We're changing the regeneration time for adventurers. Oh man, I can't remember. I had some idea I never vocalized. I don't remember. Did I share the new portraits? I showed them, yeah. Yeah. I think they're fantastic. Very happy with these. Oh, right. That was it. Mini games. Thank you. I don't know how Monadic Bind just triggered that, but yeah, I want to write this down as an idea. Mini games could make sense for replayability, just to mix things up. For example, Thurok had suggested that maybe adventurers get some kind of post-battle affliction that needs to be cured. In the game currently, well, by the current game design philosophy, we would make an inn or a hospital, and your adventurer would go there and be cured. But what if you had to make a salve out of items or do a quick time event or something? I don't know. Operation minigame. Imagine there's like a realistic looking skeleton. You have to, I don't know, connect muscles to, I don't know. So you can figure out this novel variable weight suitcase VR system in the next 2 to 3 years. Might be worth exploring. Well, I think we just ship a bunch of swords out to the players, and then they have to put the right sword in the suitcase, but entirely with the VR goggles on. And then we treat the real life injuries from the swords. It becomes a self-sustaining business. I always kind of think, what seemingly throwaway idea is actually gold? Not shipping swords to people and having them lift them for a VR suitcase game, but something along the lines of some physical thing you shipped. I guess games have been trying to do this forever. There was that Pokemon controller or Pokeball controller for the Switch? Yeah. Like, this concept of ship a unique device specific to a game is not new. And I guess this goes back as early as the NES Zapper. Like, they did ship a gun to kids. And they did kill a bunch of ducks for those guns. And it might even go back further than that. When was the Power Glove? No, the Power Glove couldn't have been earlier than that. Yeah, I guess this is... Man, the gamer fantasy of this is like through the roof. The gamer reality of this was trash. It's a leg for an arm and an arm for a leg. Hi, everybody. It's so bad, yeah. That was the marketing line, right? But meant to be that it's so good. Okay, so wait, where we leave off of this? That I need to play test this. I need enough people to say, yes, this is fun and need to replay this. And this is kind of what triggered that for me. Some things will just be longer. So yeah, I think I even said this here. We need to think about looking at specific challenges. Oh, and then there was another idea that I had here, which is what if the challenges could be like their own ascension levels? Why is this list so long? What if challenges had their own ascension levels? Like Slay. So like farming mode 1 is the basic mode. Then beat that to unlock farming mode 2. Farming mode 2 is, I don't know, crops sell for 30% less. And then beat that to unlock farming mode 3. And yeah, farming mode 3, just ... Some other negative mod that stacks on all of the last ones, all the prior ones. Aladdin the Wizard. Oh yeah. That was with what's his name? I want to say Fred Savage, but I have no idea if that's correct. It might have been him. I don't know. So is this subverting the cozy, casual, turn your brain off bit? I don't think so. I think that's the whole point of the automated aspect. And maybe that's what I need to keep over here too. No matter what, players will run on new systems. Challenge modes will be redoing stuff, given that it's automated. A lot of it seems that the challenge turns into tedium. And then another thing to consider here, though, is that people, for anyone to even want to try a challenge mode in the first place, means that they liked what Skeleseller had to offer already. So even if people idle their way through a challenge, they may still have fun. This is the slightly different experience lens that I talked about in the core reasons for replaying. What about a system where randomly a bandit town spawns nearby and you have to battle it to destroy it? The longer you keep it around, the larger it gets and new ones spawn. Perhaps bandit NPCs could steal items, they racketeer you and take a percentage of your earnings. Yeah, I think it's like a negative modifier, something like that could be interesting. I think the way we'd probably manifest it is on the battle map, you start seeing locations that are plagued by bandits or something. And that's where they're setting up their encampments. And yeah, you have to stop them. This could manifest as locations on the map showing bandits somehow. And you have to fight there enough to decrease their population. Maybe fighting there even changes the enemies so that sometimes bandits appear in battle. They could be like mini bosses. So this idea of each challenge mode having some extra challenge to it, I think one of the risks there is that the starting challenge might not really be enough of a challenge or enough of a difference in the game, which is I guess why we need to make them unique enough. And that comes back to what mode would we want to try first that would change things. And I kind of like this idea. I don't know if for a V1 we could have just one idea here, like farmer mode, and that's what we give you. And we're like, yeah, that's how you replay the game. And we say that we are eventually adding more. Long mode, which is, I mean, we could add this in. This is very low cost to add. We just say, oh, hey, everything takes longer. Has there ever been an example of a game doing that? You play through once and then we're like, hey, you want to play the same game, but now it just takes longer? All of your money is like half the what you would have had. And Skeleseller kind of actually works. And maybe the thing you would see is like, oh, I know the tricks of how to improve this or make this faster. I guess this is another risk. I should probably put in questions here. Are any challenges too similar to one another? For example, if you do idle mode after doing, say, farming mode, does it feel like the base? Does it feel too much like the base game, such that even with everything you've learned, it's just taking too long to beat? Hey, Flair. Can you show a preview of each mode when people download or open the game, like a trailer sort of? We probably could. What I'm picturing for this, and I guess I need to write this down too, is what does the UI look like for all of this? What I'm picturing is that this is something that only shows once you've beaten the game, and that you would probably know ahead of time from the reviews that there's enough gameplay. In fact, actually, that's something that Steam already automatically does. So if you look at literally any review, you can see how long they played at that time. So here you see this person played for 115 hours when they reviewed it, and then 130 hours in total. So they played 15 since the review. This lets you know that if you were looking for a long game and you only see positive reviews from people like 1,000 hours, that like, oh, that might be the game for me, or vice versa. You're looking for a short game and you're like, oh man, these people played for a really long time. So I think for Skeleseller, we don't need to show you these things as a trailer. Probably we probably just need to let you know that these exist. There's like a way for you to play after you're done playing. Which means enemies have more HP and deal more damage, which is effectively just padding. Yeah, some of those aren't worth replaying. I guess that's the other thing too. If we have enough different challenges, you could just ignore one of these modes. We need multiple save files for this. Yeah, how do we make multiple save files? It's not even how do we make it. It's not even a question. How do we expose, I guess, multiple save files? Yeah, it's another high level thing I should say. Some challenges may not be fun for everyone, in which case they could just be avoided. So this is a question of how do you unlock the challenges? How do you unlock the challenges? And do we go with ascensions? I guess these are the same question. So for example, is it that you beat the game once and get level 1 of all challenge modes? Are some challenges prereqs for others? I think the most fun thing is probably to either steer you into the system a little bit by giving you like, okay, here's the next challenge. We know this one's fun. We put a lot of work into this one. Or just give you all of them and let you pick which one sounds the most fun to you. Oh, we could even kind of make this look like a perk board. All right. So yeah, what I'm leaning toward now is you beat the game, you unlock like a challenge mode level 1. There's some, ascension system here. I don't think an idle mode is going to be all that interesting, but it's also so low cost to add that we should probably just do it. Should be pretty simple to code. It's probably better coded as, yeah, we just have to change the maximum amount of money allowed at any point. Why do we even do that? Oh, just so you couldn't idle enough? Yeah. Just unlimit the maximum amount of money from the get-go and then multiply all perk prices. Let's say you just literally don't do anything else. Only garbage slime mode. So this is where I was wondering if these are truly like run modifiers versus their actual challenges. And I guess that's a pretty important question, which is challenge modes versus mods. So suppose we have a garbage slime only mode. Is that a fun enough modification for you to want to play through like 5 hours of game? Or do you want to combine it with another mode? Well, symbol the code in that we don't need to do balancing on top of it. The UI doesn't really need to change. Yeah, it should be a lot easier than say like a battle only mode where you need to change how you get adventurers. Hey Matt, look at this clips leader thing. That's weird. I like that they did that. Does clicking it show you the clip that made you the leader? No, it doesn't. That's too bad. I feel like that should happen. Yeah, so could you combine these? That's what I was thinking of with the original modifications that we'd have. Like you could just choose which ones you want. Some of them are not going to be compatible though. It's the Deceptors thing? Okay, yeah. I was pretty proud of that. Okay, I don't really have an answer for this. I don't think you can combine them. Not all of them, at least. Some wouldn't be compatible, e.g. farming mode and a battling drops gold mode. So then I think what we need to do... Okay, here's another idea, actually. I just thought of this. So what if we have a challenge mode has an inherent set of mods? So like farming mode could be the whole you only have a farm, you can extract seeds from any kind of item, whatever else is there. And then what if instead of linear ascensions, there's the heat system for this. So we say you have a checkbox for like I guess we need to customize them for this. And so like the farm is smaller, and then you choose not to go with the battles are 20% harder. I think this is kind of silly. Yeah, I think it's kind of silly. Also, I'm not even certain that I like this system. When I played Ember Knights, so can I show this thing in Ember Knights? How do I find this? Ember Knights, Ascension. It's not even what it's called. I don't know what it's called though. Where's the like difficulty modifiers? Yeah, this. Okay. So here's what this looked like in Ember Knights. And the way this worked is these pink orbs would fill up based on the cost of these things. So like this, enemy attack speed goes up by 15%. This gives you 1 orb, I believe. So it'd fill up one of these little dots. And then this one at the bottom, okay, they get double the attack speed. That would fill up 4 automatically. When you hit these thresholds, so when you got 4, when you got 8, when you got 12, and maybe when you filled the whole thing, or maybe it was just 4, 8, and 12, then you would increase your bonus that you got. So now you get more of this ember. So basically all that mattered is you could customize how you made things harder and how hard you made them, and you'd get better rewards. So what your decision tree was as a player here is, what is the least threatening of these things? Like if I want it to still be easy enough for me to beat it, but I want the higher rewards, I don't want enemy attack speed to be double. Maybe I only want it to be like 15 or 35% more. So I pick that, and then I choose this one, which is like enemies have more health, and this one, which is enemies have more damage. So I pick like a little of each one, rather than just like maxing out their damage and keeping everything else the same. But is that like very fun to do? I'm not certain that it is. I think for a game that's manually played, it's definitely better. But I do wonder, like the Slay the Spire way it was purely linear. So level 1 might be something like enemies have more health, and level 2 might be something like you have less health. So you didn't pick both of these. If you were on level 2, you got the combination of the two. And when you're on level 20, you had every modifier before this plus a new thing. So yeah, I guess this is this too. Every modifier before this, plus you have less health. I wonder which system would be better fitting for Skeleseller. You can plant sword seeds and grow baby swords. I was thinking about that. Pick how far into the forest or dungeon you wish your adventures to delve. That does some kind of difficulty curve. Yeah, the same sort of idea has been proposed a few times on stream, even just today. And as a way of extending a single location, it works. What I want to do is try to come up with a way to make it so that the whole game gets extended. And I think, let's say we just focused on farming mode. So we were like, okay, farming mode. What are all the things I said with that? There's this. So this stuff. So let's just copy this over here for now. So you start with a farm. The extractor accepts all kinds of items. The farm produces sellable items, like, i.e. you can sell crops. So you still have shops, but now you can't sell these things in the shops. The farm can grow larger. Maybe you don't have a warehouse. You probably wouldn't really need one. And then we start to get a little fuzzy after that. Like, what happens if the shop areas don't turn into that? What if your farm could grow weapons and armors? You probably need a way to grow these faster. You're not talking about per dungeon. You're talking about per save. I'm talking about per save. Essentially, like, you get done with the main game, and instead of just these three options here, you now see like a challenge mode right beneath the new game. So you click challenge modes and it brings you to some new UI, and you're like, all right, do you want to play farming mode? Do you want to play battle mode? Do you want to play, I guess we just call them like farming challenge, battle challenge. And then I kind of want each of these challenges to progress somehow. So you have like a level 1 of this challenge, which is just like the basic rules I outlined just before. So it's like a different way to play. So it's just fun. There's no extra challenge on top of that. It's just that. Then level 2, where all of a sudden, like, it's the same thing, but yeah, some negative modifiers get added. Not sure that's interesting enough. So tweakable modes, there'd be a sandbox mode where any modifiers you've unlocked could be combined as long as they're compatible. So we have some sort of compatibility matrix for this. So maybe you're like, you know what, I want farming mode, but I want +5 adventurers when I start. Yeah, crop rot or something, I guess. Crops can rot or wilt. I still need to think about this, because if your workers can, like, what are you doing with wilted crops? Are you just clicking them? Because if you're just clicking them, then aren't your workers just handling this for you? This is why we need to playtest this, though, because I just don't see the fun on paper for a lot of this stuff. I see the fun for level 1 at least. Like, hey, it's the same game, but now we change the rules a little bit. But I think if it's the same rules we changed, but we add in like a negative modifier, I just don't know if this is good. By the way, the other thing, and this is what I wrote down over here about challenge modes versus mods, like Slay the Spire had ascension levels, but runs take about an hour, I think. So I guess you wouldn't win, though. Probably wouldn't consistently rise in ascension levels. Like level 20 took me like 50+ runs, probably. I don't know about that. It took me a lot. And the point is, you might have beaten the first mode and been like, okay, that was cool. I played the second mode, maybe you beat it the first time. The level 2, you beat it the first time. And level 3, you're like, oh, that took 2 or 3 times. And level 4 takes 3 or 4 times. And it gets harder and harder. So I guess that's kind of equivalent to playing like 5 hours of the game. But I just wonder if there's no novelty. Like, you know what's coming. You know what you're about to unlock. You know which locations you're going to fight through. Is it interesting to do that? You have to interact with them to clear the spot. But then, like, your worker can interact with it. So if you idle, eventually you'll come back to a fully wilted farm. Could have crops rot automatically on higher levels, higher difficulty levels. and require manual interaction. Okay, so one of the questions I had is, are challenge modes different from one another, different enough from one another? That is still a major question. Yeah, also, if you're always fighting in the same locations and always getting the same perks and buildings, I guess just, is it a drag? You get something for completion of the challenge. Maybe you achieve achievements or stats buffs, something to permanent to promote keeping doing it. You know what I was thinking? So I don't know why I'm referring everything to like Slay the Spire. I think they nailed replayability for that. But again, for anyone who doesn't know, it's a card game. The games last about maybe an hour, and then you get these things of ascension levels when you beat it. And like I said earlier, it's like level 1 has X, level 2 has X plus Y, and so on and so forth until level 20 has just like 20 negative things. Everything here is negative. It's just making the game harder and harder. Each one of these you beat does nothing for you. It's purely for the challenge. Maybe there's an achievement or something, but again, that's just for the challenge. So I don't think you get like a stronger character or something. The only way you're improving in any of these levels is just your knowledge. You as a player are getting better. It's like the StarCraft way. When you unbox StarCraft for the first time, you could be just as good as a pro who's been playing for 5 years if you somehow magically knew all the mechanics and had the APM for it. But like that pro didn't unlock a bunch of things in the game that made them better. That doesn't exist. Every run is different, and Ascension doesn't make the game more fun. It just ups the level of precision. Yeah, I think that's a key, Thomas. I think what you said is what's important there. Yeah. Slay has randomness built in. So every run is inherently different. You'll rarely get the same deck twice. Or if you do, the run doesn't last long. Something like that. Yeah, that's the key. So that does kind of point to that. That was my gut thing of what's wrong with this. If we just did challenge modes the way that they're laid out right now, it's either we're drastically changing the rules enough, or we're letting you change the rules somehow. This leads me to think a few things. One, we add a bunch of randomness into the game somehow, which itself is probably a modifier. Or we change the rules enough with any single challenge mode so that it feels like a new game, even though a lot of stuff is still the same. Or we allow you to stack a bunch of modifiers so that you change the rules yourself. Did I say I have a random mode? But I there are like many ways we could do a random mode. Yeah, this. Apply random set of X modifiers. Yeah. 1% of the game players? Less than 1%? What are you referring to there? Because the Ascension system, maybe less than 1% got to the end Ascension, but I'd be incredibly surprised if someone played Slay the Spire and just like beat one character and they're like, all right, that's it, I'm finished. They probably played another character. They probably tried Ascension level 1 even or something. How do you find that information? Steam achievement information? True Steam achievements? Can you look at a game on here? Dead by Daylight achievements. Ah, yeah, here you go. Okay. In public match, get 4 sacrifices, 11,000 tracked gamers, 59%. So this is not tracking everybody by default, I guess. Can you do this right on Steam? Steam achievement stats. I don't know where you do this. I've never cared about this, so I've never looked at it. I know somewhere in the Steam UI, I've seen that it said like 10% of players have unlocked this or something. Can you just go to like something like this and then... Oh, I should find a game that's better than this for showing on stream. Terraria. Can we go to Terraria and see what the achievements are here? Achievements. View all. Oh, yeah, perfect. Okay, so this shows the percent of players at least. So we can just go find Slay the Spire. Slay the Spire, Steam. I don't know what the achievement even is, though. That's the problem. Is this just beat these bosses? Unlock Ascension mode. So 70% of people who played the game beat the game. And then is there one for beating an Ascension level? Complete Ascension level 10. Oh my goodness. 16% of players did that. Okay, well that means that necessarily more than 16%, not necessarily, but almost certainly more than 16% needed to have completed level 1. It's at least 16%. Wow, that's impressive. Yeah, wow. Yeah, so that randomness aspect. So how would we achieve randomness if we wanted it? I think we would need to tailor design a mode for randomness. It could become the mode for replayability and not detract from challenge modes. I think we would be working on designing this though. Oh, I think they're worth it. I think what I'm trying to figure out is what's the appeal so that we can try to figure out if players are going to stick with one mode or go to all the different modes. So let's say we only had two choices here. Let's say our choices were make a bunch of challenge modes that encapsulate small rule changes, or make one replayable mode that people just keep playing over and over. So with challenge modes, I think people would play the distinct challenges, but then they'd probably stop there. They probably wouldn't repeat them. And if what we're doing is for replayability, we could make it so that we just put all of our effort into one mode that people find fun enough to keep going with. I think that's the key here. I gotta write that down. A game like Slay the Spire is fun to replay. The Ascension levels. Trying Ascension levels because the game itself has so much randomness that the various levels are still different. I don't think Skeleseller would have people repeating individual challenges because the items, locations, bosses, etc. would all feel the same. Okay, so then, like I said, these are our kind of two high-level choices here. I wonder how we'd pursue the random thing if we wanted to. I think that leaves us with two high-level choices. Make a bunch of challenge modes that encapsulate small rule changes. And expect players to play each once. Or make a single repeatable mode that people will keep playing over and over. My S key keeps like popping off my keyboard. What is going on? There we go. These aren't mutually exclusive. Do I have a... mutex thing? I do, yeah. I was like, why did I type mutex? It's because I do have an expansion for it. Hey, Coda, have you seen AI 2027 report? If so, do you think it's... Yeah. I have not seen it. Let me see what this is talking about really fast. Scenario that predicts the impact of superhuman AI over the next decade based on trend extrapolations, war games, and expert feedback. Yeah, I'd have to familiarize myself with it for more than just that. So sorry, I can't chime in more. So these aren't mutually exclusive. We could have unique challenge modes that we only expect people to play once. But yeah, like I said, I think the holy grail here is, so what would a single replayable mode look like? If we want to keep the Skeleseller sort of charm that we have, maybe it's not a replayable mode. Maybe it's more of an infinite mode. So I guess the question is restarting fun? It's fun if different things are happening. And is continuing fun? It is if there are still goals, I guess. So like you beat the whole game, you've got maxed out adventurers. What are you doing? That's where some people come up with the prestige system and they're like, well, go back to level 1 and do it again, but this time it's slightly faster. You get a slightly different benefit. I've always kind of felt like that was a little bit lazy. And there are some games that have done this even as manually played games. Rogue Legacy did this. They already had a full randomization system, but it was roguelite, so you would level up and you get more power. And eventually your power was such that nothing could really contest you. So they threw you into New Game Plus, and now all the enemies were way more powerful. And you could keep upgrading your character. Different paths to get to at the end. Currently feels linear in some means. Yeah, the linearity though, like we could change that, but there's still going to be a way that you prefer to play. And if nothing changes how you want to play the game, then having different paths wouldn't probably matter too much. Also, endless mode is a powerful formula. Yeah, I think I didn't write that up here either. I think this leaves us with these high level choices. Make the single mode be infinitely playable so that people can... This would involve adding objectives so that people still want to progress. This is where other games do a prestige / ascension system. A replayable mode and an infinite mode. The roguelike mode might fit the bill. Pure combat. So the pure combat thing is a part I'm unsure of, because you'd have played the game and then you'd have selling and everything and moving items around, and then we're like, okay, now we're just going to turn it into combat. It might be that this is what gets added on at the end. We could say like, okay, cool, you just beat the game, you beat the final boss, you watch a cutscene. Now do you want to, maybe not even do you want to, maybe we just put you into this mode. Or like, oh, now the portal's gone haywire, and I guess we'll write this down in this thing so it's a little bit more durable. You watch the final cutscene, the credits show, then you see the portal has gone berserk. You can now go to, I guess, like each location now gets progressively harder to beat. No, it wouldn't be that. Or something like that. It's harder to beat. And you have to, now you'd probably want to replay at least once and get different adventures. I'm not certain how this should work. It's progressively harder to beat, and you have to choose adventurer skills differently. Okay, let me think about this. The treasure chest system was a way of you getting buffs for your adventurers. If we want this randomness, we need you to choose different adventurers and maybe lose them. Maybe they have lifetimes. But I guess if all we're doing is changing the battling, where does the replayability come in? We could speed up the game. Maybe that's what we do. Yeah. If rebuilding the town every time feels linear, then maybe we don't have to address that. Maybe we start you with a fully built town and focus on the battle system instead with randomly created adventurers, enemies that get more challenging. Okay, I want to think about this, but I am going to take a quick break here because it's 11:30. Randoms will come from adventures and buffs you get and pick. Yeah, I'm just not certain it would be fun enough. Like, we've changed it from a city builder to a battler game. Change it from a city builder and item seller to a battler game. I wonder if we could retain the focus. I'm not sure about that though. Yeah, we're powered. Do you develop a game in Godot? Yeah, I'm making this game. Welcome to the stream. I am just about to take a break though. Is it jump time? It's jump time. All right, for anyone new, type join in Twitch chat and you can play. And then type J and a number and you can jump. Typically want a number from like -30 to 30. So have fun. I'll be back in a little bit. Hello again, everybody. Close the game. Okay. So change it from a city builder and item seller to a battler game. I wonder if we could retain the focus. So this is where some like out there brainstorming is going to be needed, I think. So I'm just going to kind of think of some things here. How would we get item selling to still be relevant? I guess the selling eventually fades into the background as you upgrade all of these things and you don't touch the shops anymore. So what if what we're doing is some kind of loot customization? Like this is where the crafting mechanic comes in. You are discovering items from battles, but you're steering that discovery and hoping those items will sell based on new rules customers apply when buying loot. How do you export projects in Godot for Android? When I try to do it, it always just glitches displays. I haven't exported to Android, but this is the kind of thing I think you should report on their GitHub as a bug. And it's possibly something they don't know about. They typically want a minimal repro when you do that. So if you can try to trim it down to the smallest possible project that still demonstrates that bug, then that will help them identify what's wrong, if something's wrong, or what you're doing wrong. The crafting mechanic comes in, you're discovering items from battles, or you're steering that discovery and hoping those items will sell based on rules. I sort of inherently feel like this is not the path I should be taking. You have a town you built up. I guess inherent to this is like, regardless of this, of what we do here, I think you would still want to build the town up slightly. So we would assume you have every perk. We would still, you would be getting a ton of gold, but then there'd be end game content or some progression beyond this that keeps you engaged. I don't know what that is. I just don't know what would be interesting for that. Maybe I need to think about it in terms of what activities are you performing up until that point and how do we keep those relevant or fun? So we have some battles running. We start like that, and another one of these. And then let's create the tavern here and get a quest. And yeah, so this is what would be happening. You'd be getting all the systems that are already there, you'd still be utilizing, but not to any major extent. But if our goal is for replayability, the core of replayability is making different decisions. And I'm saying that we just gave you this town. And now what are the different decisions you're making? It would have to be that you're battling more. But the battling isn't really in the foreground for a lot of people who play the game. Just fully autoplays the game for second monitor movement. I wonder how many people would turn that on. Like how many people have the Sims in that mode? You can have the Sims fully play itself. Loot customization is a new system though that we'd say that we'd be betting on being evergreen, that you always want to engage with it. It's just not where the fun of the game came from until that point. And if it were to have come from that, then we wouldn't be making something new. Thought about starting a second stream channel, just dedicated 24/7 looping version of Jump Royale. I don't think it would make money. I think Jump Royale is the kind of game that people see as a novelty. Like, oh, I could play a game while this guy's on break. And yeah, it keeps you entertained. It's fun for a bit. But there's not a lot of strategy or anything. It's always just like do the best possible jump at any given time. And the competition aspect, it's sort of like Animal Royale, I think, to some extent. Except for at least there you had more choices you could make. It's not completely autoplay, just mostly. Yeah, I think adding this as a toggle or something, I think is something that we could potentially try out and just see, are people using this sort of thing? But I don't think it'd be a selling point for the game. As the person who just won, well, there's a lot of strategy when you play. But for most people, they just can't figure it out. It's just too complex. Okay, something new. Okay, so yeah, I think what this is leading me away from is any sort of randomness. It's not a problem if we come up with unique challenge modes and it's mostly a reuse of the game and it feels different. I think that's what this is steering me toward. I just can't think of a way for randomness to keep what's at the heart of Skeleseller. We could randomize combat, but most players don't really care about the combat. It's just a means for getting loot. And you can only build your town up so much and get more perks until you've gotten everything. It makes me feel like unique challenge modes are the way to go. And it's just a question of how hard it is to create those modes and whether they would be fun. Oh, today I'm probably going to stream for another hour and a half and then that'll just be it. So I'll make it to about 4 hours and 45 minutes and then I think I'll be done for the day. I mentioned this earlier, but there's some real life things going on. Nothing's bad. Yeah. Nothing's worth worrying about. It's just my schedule probably needs to change for the next like day or two. Having lemonade with DJ. He's out there. I can see now that I'm looking out a window this whole time. Okay, well then, do we have enough? Because I think this farming mode would be interesting. I keep switching tabs, by the way, because there are now document tabs, but these didn't exist for years and years and years. So I was always used to going back to a different Chrome tab. And now I can't do that anymore. So farmer mode. Are any of the other modes fun? Adventurers level up with experience. Monsters drop gold directly. Could be that there's a max level you have at any given point. We expect you to figure out how to beat a boss. There's many ongoing battles as you want. You can multiple copies of the same adventure. Yeah, I think this is interesting. I think this one's interesting. I think a long mode could be fun. A sandbox mode where we allow you to customize these things yourself, I think would be interesting. But then I think that's kind of it, right? Do we run anything else that's fun? No, that's about it. Maybe that's all that's needed. I don't know. Am I still using Obsidian? Yeah, I am using Obsidian. I've got the why Google Docs command because I do get this question a decent amount. But yeah, I have Obsidian. I'm still taking notes in it. Those notes are all shared through notes.adamlearns.com. When I'm doing something like this, I want it to be visible on stream, but I don't want to find it when I'm searching through my notes because this is for like very specific Skeleseller stuff. Well, sometimes I want to share it, I guess. But yeah, like this is to accomplish one task just for now, then move on. I could just get rid of Google Docs for pretty much everything I do. Other than the stuff I need to share in real time. That stuff I can't. But for something like this where I'm not sharing it anyway, yeah, this could have been an Obsidian. Actually, there's one part of that I don't like, which is when I put pictures into Google Docs, I don't care that it's using my Google storage. But for Obsidian, I don't want to keep syncing all of my pictures as well. And it's harder to find where those are. Like you can delete a picture from your notes, but it'll still exist on your file system. Okay, yeah. So the issue is that I only really have maybe like 3 challenge modes that could be fun. Maybe infinite replayability just isn't easily achievable with what we have now. Undertale had 3 modes. Well, basically had 3 modes. Regular, pacifist, and genocide. And that game did well. How much was Undertale when it came out? $10, I think? Yeah. Yeah, my general thing that I think about with this stuff is like, as a note that I'm probably not going to consult too much more, it doesn't really matter where it lives. And the typing out of notes is pretty much the same in all of these. Like, sure, I'd be typing in Markdown and Obsidian, but like it's mostly just English and some headers that I'm using. So it doesn't change too much between Obsidian and here. The tabbing would change, and that actually would be kind of nice. Although I could have just made 3 documents and put these into 3 separate documents, and I'd have the same thing. Yeah. Any time we add more content to the main mode, though, the challenge modes will also get extended. Is it enough? I'm inclined to think this game doesn't need to be infinitely replayable. And that these modes that we add, like we could probably put in a treasure mode too or something where like all of your items come from treasure chests. And maybe it's all about which keys you put in. Because we only have so many systems in the game that we could even try to play off of here, right? Yeah. What about the thing where we have arbitrary restrictions, though? Where we're like, oh, shops can only hold 2 items. Is it worth doing a whole other run like that? I mean, some people might want these like tiny challenges. Or yeah, you can only sell to the garbage slime. Maybe that's what sandbox mode is. It's a way for you to do those tiny challenges. Can only sell to the garbage slime. Shops can only hold so many items at most. September 2015, $10. Yeah, so I think maybe getting to the point where we have like 15 hours of content and we sell it for like $15 is maybe good. So the current thinking is, oh my god, I can't type. Challenge modes are how we extend gameplay. We expect you to play a challenge once. We expect the challenges to modify the rules enough to make it interesting to play through again. And then the challenges are farming mode, some kind of battle mode, a sandbox mode, and maybe like an idle mode. Idle/long play mode. Maybe in the idle or long play mode, we play up the idle aspect a little bit more. So it's not just make everything cost more. It's also like give you more workers. lean into the idle genre a bit more and allow you to have more workers. Probably also extend how long quests take to beat. Maybe we add more perks to differentiate the efficiency floor and ceiling. There could be a perk that costs X. There could just be a perk that makes more items drop per instance. With more workers and maybe more customers, this could be fun. Oh man, there's some of these decisions that I always feel uneasy making because it just feels like such a big thing. It's like I mentioned this even I already shared the pictures on Discord, but like I rearranged my office yesterday and I was still just wondering like did I make a giant mistake? You know how long it took to go from being with the desk being on this wall to being against the window? That was many hours. And I just kept thinking like did I do this for the right reason? Is this a good move? Is it not a good move? And that doesn't matter, right? A few hours, it's like, yeah, okay, you can chalk that up to a loss. I moved my desk, it didn't work out. I moved it all back. What we're talking about here is potentially a month and a half of work, and to try to affect the launch of the game. And it might be the difference between the game succeeding and failing. They had to grease it anyway now, so they have quite a bunch of systems to play with. Maybe, yeah. I I think that's what playtesting will bring out. Because we'll also have more adventurers. Workers will move a lot faster than they did at the beginning of the game. You'll probably always have maxed out your enchanter and you'll just be randomly getting like another 100% speed boost. One-way door versus two-way door decisions. Yeah. Yeah. But in both cases, they're decisions, and decisions are sometimes just frustrating to make. So in this case, it is kind of a one-way door. Not exactly. We could always try to change things again. But yeah, I do wonder what would be the most fun here. And if not for this, then I think what we'd be doing is, so yeah, if not for this idea, then I think we would lean into an infinite mode. But I don't exactly know what it would look like. I mean, what if... There's another idea that I have, which is like full freedom mode or something. You can build any building you want any number of times. And you can have as many battle windows open as you want. You could make 5 farms. Then you need a ton of potions. So you would open a bunch of forest battles. Maybe you're just limited by space. Hey, Kevin. Yeah, this is the thing that's the most sensible right now. We just make a few challenge modes, and when you've beaten them, you've beaten the game, and there's no reason to replay unless you just felt like it. I guess then there's sandbox mode. This is where you could apply a bunch of modifiers that we have. This would be for people who still want to play. We just let them tweak a bunch of properties of the game. Maybe as sliders. Income, perk cost, movement speeds, max workers, etc. Yeah. I don't think this is bad. I think this would do well enough. I think people would like the main mode. If they feel like replaying, they could replay it. And all we need to launch with would be maybe even just 1 or 2 of these modes. Maybe doing them all wouldn't be that bad. One of the things that I considered with this, though, is every once in a while I'll try to reach out to a YouTuber and they'll be covering a game just for a very long time. Like they started streaming Balatro at one point and that's all they did for the last 2 months. And I just thought, man, I don't think someone could do that with Skeleseller. There wouldn't be a way for them to say like, oh, today here's what we're going to be doing. Here's our goal for today. It's just not that kind of game. And I don't know if trying to make it in that kind of game is worthwhile at all. I don't think so. What that means, though, is any influencer coverage you get is limited to the duration of the game. So you beat all these modes and it takes you 20 hours, you get 20 hours of coverage then. Whereas a game like Stardew Valley, people will just play for like a year. To get that level of depth takes a lot of time and planning. Yeah, and it takes that from the beginning, I think. Like, you could make a game that's replayable, but you're probably designing for replayability in the beginning, and it just was not a concern for Skeleseller. And I always just thought, okay, I'll just make the game and it'll be done and people will move on. And I still think that's fine. I don't think people find it to be a problem if they get enough hours of gameplay, but just will the game catch on if we do that? And there have been games that caught on that have 15 hours of gameplay, and that's fine. They're just done. People don't replay them. I don't know. Oh, well, speedrunners replay them, but speedrunners replay everything. Like, who out there is playing Undertale every single day? Probably just speedrunners. You beat the game and you're done with it. Yeah. Why are you looking so different? I'm sitting down. I'm usually sitting down, but yeah, the lighting might be slightly different. The camera angle is a little bit different. It's also zoomed in a little differently. I rearranged my desk, and now as a result, I probably need to fix some of the other setup in this room. Like, now the lights that are on me while I'm streaming are farther behind the desk, so they're shining in my eyes, and I don't want that. So the lights are usually like 2 feet ahead so that I don't have to see them. Productivity tanked. You beat the game and you wait for Skeleseller too? Hey, Tyrion. Yeah. I think this is just the most reasonable thing I can think of right now for all of this. This would probably provide about like 15 to 20 hours. Well, let's say about 15 hours of fun stuff. We could still add content to the main mode as after the game is launched. You look like you got 4 years of gym progress during the weekend. I do work out. I'm not like trying to bulk up or anything right now. I just can't help but feel like there's some other thing I haven't explored here though. I feel like there's something I haven't explored that may be better than this. We need the Atom Bro in the middle of that. Looks like they doubled it with. I zoomed in a little bit. Here, let me show you this effect. Here's how you get ripped in half a second. Blam. Shoulders are massive. Hey Max, achievements, some difficulty or lengthy achievements to keep some people playing. Yeah, that's true. That's kind of on top of this stuff. I should write that down. Because I wanted to do achievements already, and I think it would help. What do achievements look like? They can be challenges on top of anything else we design. And they can encourage replayability, e.g. beat the main game mode without building the weapon shop. Yeah. In this short of time, first, buy a camera. Second, use the zoom function. That guy's ripped. He can lift a building. Oh man. All right. Everything keeps pointing me back to this. So, all right, what is my gut saying at this point? Let's try to anticipate feedback. Let's anticipate player perception based on that idea starred above. So let's put that in a view. So I think people will like the main mode. They'll want more content and will find the challenge modes. They'll play one and probably have fun. That's the part I'm not totally sure about. Like let's say they pick farming mode and now all of a sudden they're not selling items anymore, they're selling crops. I think it'd be enough of a variation where they'd be like, okay, cool, this is neat. Then I'm not sure if they'd play another one of these. What even is battle mode? Adventures level up via experience. So now you don't need the farm or the fishing pond. What's the point of them then? I just had a bunch of ideas. But I didn't really flesh this out. I don't know what the point of the town would be. You don't need the farm or fishing pond. You don't need to sell items. Maybe quests matter a lot more. Maybe that's how you hire adventurers. Oh, that's kind of cool. So you're not selling stuff at all. It's not even Skeleseller. Is replayability important? It's important, yeah. Looking at a lot of the feedback of the game, it seems like people like the game and they want more of it. And that, like I said, the kind of two ways to get more is either you add new content or you reuse content, maybe with variations. Adding new content just costs too much dev time. And we could justify the dev time if we knew the game. Like, let's say the game sold $15 million worth of copies. I'd be like, okay, yeah, I can just add new content. Who cares if it takes a year? Like, it already more than paid for itself. So I'll spend a year and I'll make another hour of gameplay or something, or 2 hours of gameplay, or 5. But we're not in that position right now. I want to launch ideally by the end of October. And everything I do just keeps pushing this because of how much work needs to be done. Now, let's say we didn't do any of this stuff and we just launched the game and it had like 5 hours of gameplay. I think people would feel ripped off, even if it were priced pretty low. Or not, no, sorry, that's not right. They wouldn't feel ripped off. They just still feel like, I want more of that game. And it's like, we created a real opportunity here if people want more of the game. So we should like give them more of the game. Just give them an overall something boost when they restart and then limited scale it. Yeah, like a traditional prestige system would potentially work too. I just don't want to go the traditional route for this. I want to go something like in a way that makes people think, oh, this is different. I haven't seen this in a game before. What about calling it early access? Yeah, that's possible. We launch and we see, does it make a lot of money? The thing is, I really, really don't want to release a game in early access that doesn't eventually leave early access in a way that the players are happy about it. So if I go into early access, is because I think we have a vision and it doesn't just require like a Kickstarter amount of money to be able to unlock that vision. Do like a 1.0 release and then 2.0, get people to come back. Yeah, I think a 2.0 would, well, maybe not exactly 2.0, but like a 1.1 or a 1.2 or something. If it's a big enough change, yeah, we bump the major version. But I think that would probably happen if the game's successful. I think the difference, so the way I look at early access is a launch. And there are enough games that people have been burned by where they're in early access and people are like, oh, this is fun, what's going to happen? And nothing happens. That's it. It was just that. And they just, for whatever reason, never proceeded to a proper launch. So I don't think early access makes sense for Skeleseller. I think we're in a final enough state. Things are presentable. There's enough game there. But it is a route we could take. You really won't know what the market wants until you sell it. That's true, but I think we have a decent idea from what people have already said in the Steam page. Like, the feedback has been pretty... Why is this happening? It's just Steam. Is Steam acting up for anybody else today? Or is this like a my internet thing? Because I changed a bunch of stuff when I moved my desk around. And one of the things is my mini PC. I like, let's just say I thoroughly broke everything and then I had to like repair it all. And I don't know if I repaired it all correctly. But yeah, the page isn't loading for some reason for me. Working for me. Why can't I go to this site? All right, well, is everything else working? Can I go here? Yes. Can I go to this? Can I go to this? Yeah, all those things are working. Oh, now it loaded. Okay. Anyway, yeah, reviews have been pretty good, which is what makes me think the game is probably going to do well too, and that we just need to address what people are saying, which is that they want more. Yeah, it's a pie hole, but I think it should be configured the same way. And either way, DNS should still cache such that Chrome shouldn't even be reaching out to DNS right now to resolve steampower.com. Hey, Aussie. Yeah, so this is definitely what I'm leaning toward. And I'll write this as like overall conclusion. Don't I already have a conclusion section here? So I guess we'll just write this. Well, like 8% get cached. Huh. I think Chrome caches it more aggressively though, because when I disable pie hole blocking, I have to just use Firefox afterward or like restart Chrome. Yeah. Oh, why do I feel uneasy about this? What's going on? Can't help but feel like there's something I haven't explored that may be better than this. Or these challenge modes don't land, I guess. Like we haven't finished figuring out what battle mode is. Are they fun? Are they similar? Have we finished designing all of them? Challenge modes that will launch with. Use it for ages, you might have. Okay, well, let me think about this as long as I'm here, and that was the whole point of the stream, is what would we do if we wanted to keep the core of Skeleseller, but allow there to be some randomness so that runs are different? We would, if we wanted to keep the spirit of Skeleseller, but make runs different, we would probably change which buildings are offered, change the building order, change adventurers somehow. I don't think this stuff would lead to anything super important. We could just make perks be presented in a roguelike way. Like, what if at any given time you were given 3 options and it's something like build the farm or raise an adventurer or raise the rogue's level by 1 or increase sale prices by 10%. So that is how I guess you'd keep this. But is that interesting? Is the game still sort of linear and you're kind of randomly playing certain things out? Are you happy when you get like unlock the enchanter early on? Then you need to upgrade their mana or something. Also, what is gold doing for any of this stuff? I guess it's what's allowing you to unlock the perks. I guess it's kind of interesting. I think presenting all of the options to the player in a randomized way could potentially work. Building a building, upgrading it, getting a perk, hiring an adventurer, upgrading an adventurer, choosing their skills, casting spells, etc. could all be presented randomly. You pull anything from either a Steam news post or some minor update to the demo. I could add polls. I don't know if players would be good at judging this. If I said like, hey, which would you prefer? A fun system that lets you play your current town infinitely, or a fun system that lets you replay the game infinitely, or a fun set of challenges, the assumption is that these things are all going to be fun. So you're just choosing between, do I want the same thing? Do I want a bunch of different things? Or do I want like a Slay the Spire kind of mode or something? And people might have a preference there, but I don't know if it's possible to achieve that goal. So if people are all like, hey, I want to infinitely play the existing game, I don't know what I'd do for that. It might still be worth polling just to cut down the search space for what I'm designing, but I want to think about all this stuff. Anyway, okay, so as an example here, we do something like this. Build the farm or raise rogues level by 1, or so like, yeah, pick one. Build the farm, raise the rogues level by 1, or increase this. So would this be fun to do? We randomize your way through the game. So you start and you don't have any shops maybe, and your first choice, I guess you spend gold to get these perk options and they keep increasing in cost. Maybe it's like 40, 45, 50. No, it had to be cheaper than that. Like 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. It just keeps going up. And eventually you can't easily afford another perk. This sort of could be interesting. We could let you speed through the game this way so that a run doesn't take 5 hours. It would take like 1 hour. Yeah, okay. I think something like that could work. And then maybe we time the whole thing. You wouldn't shut your brain off for this though. Maybe we time the whole thing so that you have to win within an hour. Or just keep increasing the difficulty of enemies. All right, yeah, I could see this working. This is why I felt uneasy, because I was like, what if I didn't explore this stuff? So Risk of Rain 2 did something pretty interesting, I think. Risk of Rain 2 had a timer that controlled the difficulty. So if you played for, I'm just making up numbers, less than 5 minutes would be easy mode. And then 5 to 10 minutes would be medium mode. And then 10 to 15 would be hard. And then it just infinitely got harder, I'm pretty sure. And actually at one point it was such that, let's say you'd been playing for like 50 minutes. While fighting a boss, you would see their life level go up as you're fighting them because they're getting harder in real time. And if you already weren't doing enough damage to be able to kill them, then you're going to definitely lose because they're going to like outpace your life and then they'll kill you in one hit or something. So that was kind of interesting. That could be how this works here. Like we sort of kind of penalize you for being idle, but that's okay because it's not the idle mode. If you want the idle modes, play one of the other modes. I wonder if it's worth prototyping this. And yeah, trying to get runs to last for an hour. And then any weird little modifiers, you could just code through this thing too. Could add a bunch of special modifiers, e.g. you can open any number of battle windows, or workers like teleport to their targets or something like that. Okay, I think this would be interesting. But then I think what you need to do is you need to start making this mode harder. People want to see how long they can last, can do so. Yeah. Yeah. So if we go this route, we need a way for you to make this somewhat harder, which could be any number of ways. It's probably worth prototyping this, but it's really hard to make this. Hey, who cares? I mentioned this earlier. Could do a death and taxes, charge a fee every minute, and the fee progressively increases, makes a survival mode where every mistake makes surviving that much harder. Yeah, I think there'd have to be some sort of like difficulty increase. So at the beginning of the game, there's kind of really no way to mess up. Like, you pick 3 choices and you end up with another adventurer in like the shop, and I don't know, potion sell for 4 gold. You're like, okay, that's just as good as if I'd gotten 3 adventurers and no shop and something else. I don't know. Yeah, and then you build things up this way. Is there a game over in mind with challenge modes? It all depends on the implementation of the challenge modes. So like in this particular thing that we've just been talking about, there might not be a game over. Maybe the game does eventually get too difficult or something. Or maybe, you know what it could be? It could be like customers start wanting more valuable items. So they won't be buying your old potions anymore. And these will kind of just go to waste, so you have to feed them the garbage slime. And then maybe... what would happen after that? I don't know. All right, I need to think about this. But so here are the thoughts for this sort of mode. And I like this idea, and I think we need to write this down here. Roguelike mode. So the general idea is the game is sped up, well, condensed or sped up, so that it lasts roughly an hour. And every choice the player has in the base game is essentially turned into a random option given to you. Like, build the farm or hire another adventurer, level up an existing adventurer. You spend money on perks, on this random set of perks. Maybe you could even splurge for a random set of rare perks or skill perks or something like that. We could introduce special modifiers. Didn't I have this written down somewhere in here? Does the back button go to... oh, nice. They did that. I didn't realize that. Oh, yeah. We can introduce special modifiers like you can open any number of battle windows that just exist for this mode. Hey, Naro. We could increase the difficulty as time goes on. Maybe customers will only buy items of a certain quality so that you essentially stop getting money. Maybe you have to win enough battles or else monsters overrun your town. Yeah, and then we probably need a way to increase or to make you want to replay this mode, e.g. Slay style ascension levels. Fewer choices occasionally, maybe like pricier choices, etc. All this is sounding really fun, by the way. Well, I'm glad, but I'm just so daunted by the amount of work this would be. So basically, every single signpost in the game would cease to exist, and we need to control it through some other means. I guess that part's easy enough to do. Every perks board that exists would not exist anymore. You just have one like mega collection of all the perks that you've gotten. And we need a random way of presenting these to the user. We need to make sure they're based on things you already have. So like level up the mage is not offered if you don't have the mage. None of these individually are that hard to do. It's just getting all of this to work. Maybe it's cool that you can unlock things sooner than you would have been able to unlock them. Lots of pros and cons here. Pros, the game would probably feel different most times. By condensing the game, it wouldn't feel like a massive struggle to get through the whole thing. Actually, it kind of makes me wonder, what if I just started a new game right now and we already know that it takes a player about 90 minutes to get through the demo if they're pretty well versed in what they're doing, and we wanted there to be roughly double the content, so we'd have about 3 hours for that same player in the full game. So then we need to go at 3x the speed to get done in 1 hour. All right, so I'm just curious, what does the game feel like to play at 3x the speed? We can go to 3.4. That's close enough. So like now let's go just play the game like we normally would, basically. Except for that we wouldn't start with this character. Drat, how do we do this then? I guess we just need to randomize this until we get the character we want, which has to be either the rogue or the mage. I mean, it shouldn't take that long. It's a 20% chance. Not happening. Oh, come on. How many times do I have to do this? Oh, I should just force this at this point. There we go. Okay, so yeah, let's act like we wanted to do this, but at 3.4 times speed. So I'm building this. Putting that on auto battle. We'll hire the mage. I'll go put them into a battle. We can already unlock the canyon. I guess it doesn't really matter either way. They wouldn't be playing at triple the speed, by the way. They'd be playing at regular speed. We would just be balancing everything such that they'd be progressing at like 3 times the pace. Although I guess allowing them to play at triple speed wouldn't be that bad. In fact, that could be one of the modifiers that we get. We could add in a 2x speed mode. I'm just going to leave that there. All right, so we're done with this. Now we go over to the canyon and we beat this boss. Yeah, it's nice to have a good game to build off of, for sure. And I am happy about that. I do think there is still a lot of responsibility in how we progress here, because we could choose very unfun things. And I think it's worth trying to explore for the fun things that we have here. All right, so now we're getting some... Actually, let's do this. We're getting some crops, and we are going to be able to level up our adventures pretty soon. I'm just seeing what the game feels like at this pace. It might be frustrating to have to keep picking different abilities that you get with perks. Maybe we try to prototype this like as fast as possible. All right, so now we can level up the adventurers. I pick a skill. We level up this adventurer. We can't afford it yet. We're losing items. All right, I level this up. I pick a skill, and now we go into the volcano. I think this could work. Now we need an armor shop. We're going to need another adventurer pretty soon, too. And probably the tavern. Sell that, sell that. Do one of these. All right, yeah. I think making the game feel faster, too, would be something that people would appreciate. All right, so cons. The biggest con here is development time. And it is coupled with not knowing whether this will be fun. Got an idle light roguelike game. Is there such a thing? I guess there is. Yeah, there's a lot of like loot-based games, I guess. But then there's got to be some inherent like end to it, which Skeleseller has. Transport Tycoon vibes. I played that for a little bit, although I played that like way after it launched, so I did not find it fun. What other cons here? Lots of opportunity, lots of risk of bugs with how many changes need to be made, and risk of balance being a problem. If the game is intended to be roughly 3x the speed so that it fits in an hour, then does that like negate the efficacy of, say, the garbage slime? Now let's make it a dating sim. Okay. So here's the thought process here. If this is worth doing, this is probably worth doing before it's worth doing any of the other stuff I talked about. Because if we were to add in, let's say, a farming mode, and where was that listed? Yeah, this thing. So you start with a farm, the extractor can accept all types of items, blah, blah, blah. Like, I could see people wanting to play that, and I could see this being fun. And they might even want to play the full game again. But I think playing a condensed version of the game is essentially what a lot of idle games tried to achieve when they made a prestige system. They were like, okay, you repeat the game, but you can get a little farther now, and you can cover all the progress you've already made faster than you could originally. So we'd be doing that by virtue of presenting these perks to you pretty readily. In fact, maybe the game says right at the very beginning, like, choose 3 starting perks. I think that would be good. This amount increases with each perk you buy, like 10G, 15G, 20G, etc. The reason the amounts look low is because there are a lot of starting things you need to do. Build the guild. Well, I guess you'd just be given that stuff, right? Yeah, whatever. What was the other thing I was just mentioning? What was it? Oh, starting perks. Yeah. So that you don't have, if it feels too overwhelming to have so many early options, we can front load them. E.g., we have the first perk cost 50 gold and give you 5 random starting perks. I need to think of how this is going to work. Like, there's no point in doing quests, would there? We could give you the tavern as an option, build a tavern, or we could give you a worker directly. Could just be that you click a button and you get a worker. I think still having you do certain actions is important. And then knowing which actions you want to automate could be important. So, like, let's say you're offered this one, allows you to harvest 5 crops at once. It's kind of risky for a mode like this. Maybe we change it a little bit, like crops harvest themselves or something. I don't know. Yeah. Started working on an idle or auto battler hybrid that's intended to complete a run in under an hour. Curses. Did you? I mean, by the way, there's room for many different kinds of games in the market, even similar games. It's why you see something like Vampire Survivors come out, and then a bunch of Survivors-like games come out, or Souls-like games after Dark Souls, or I don't know, what's the new hotness? What is it? It's like the new super popular game I'm thinking of. I guess the like always progressing up kinds of games, like in Peak and in the game with the hammer in the barrel. What am I talking about? Get over it. Getting over it. Something like that. How's everyone's Monday? Mine's going pretty well so far. I'm not sure if we struck gold right now or if I am circling the drain. So how the rest of this week is probably going to progress is I am going to solidify this into an idea that I'm like pretty certain about. And maybe we even go back to some coding for a bit that's not related to this so that I can just have extra time to think. Because I feel like this is such a game defining moment. Like if Skeleseller ends up being a runaway success, people would point to this stream as being like, that's where he came up with these ideas that ended up defining the entire game. Thank you, Miser. My concept was a village goes crusading against dungeons, and here Skeleseller is representing the Bony Boys. Okay, so you were being serious. Yeah. A lot of the goal with this, the short story of Skeleseller is that it started as an automated version of Final Fantasy 1, and it turned out just automated battles were not fun enough. So then I added in the town mechanic, and then it sort of grew organically from there of like, okay, what other systems can we do? Because in one of the first versions we released to people who wanted to play the game, it was just the shops. You just found items and you sold items. And like that on its own wasn't fun enough. So then we added the tavern as a way to increase your power. You would go on quests, and then this would cause your adventurers to level up. But then we added the farm in for leveling up. So we changed the tavern a way to get workers. Hey, what did you just say to me? Thanks for the resub. Claiming I was here. Yeah, backroom games are popular. I've never really paid attention to horror games. Horror games, I feel, in my mind, have just been a genre of horror, and I've never differentiated in my mind. And they've always been popular in my mind. But yeah, there are probably subgenres that are turning up. Yeah. Anyway, I think this can be fun. And I also wonder, like there's so many questions I have about this, but this is where I think we need to spend a lot of design effort. So questions about rogue-like modes specifically. So how do you, like, what are you doing as a player? Are you still expected to manage crops, stock items, etc.? What do we do about progression-related perks if you're not offered them all the time? E.g., what if you aren't making enough money from potions but haven't been offered the ability to unlock the next area? Should you be able to force it? Or what's the expression? Tip the scales somehow? I think you'd have to be, right? Is that a kinesis? No, this is a corn. I think the kinesis is like fully connected. It's not fully split. Oh, I guess there is a kinesis that's split. But no, yeah, this is a corn keyboard. It's got very few keys. Most consumer hardware manufacturers don't want to make a keyboard like this because of how niche it is. So you typically just find like Chinese websites and random builders who make it. Have you arrived at something? Looks like it only took 4 hours. Yeah. Oh man, did you not hear the update, Magnetic Bind? Because if so, I want to pitch it to you and hear what you think. So you did a good job developing if you're able to implement such big changes. Well, we'll see about that. So this is still very daunting from that point of view. You didn't hear it. Okay, so let me pitch it to you. So there is going to be, well, at least this is the plan. I haven't ironed everything out, but like, imagine like a roguelike mode, and this is our only form of replayability. So overwrite everything you heard before this. And the way it works is every choice you had as a player is now presented as an option occasionally through a random perk. So like you spend 5 gold on the first random choice, and you're given something like build the farm, or level up the rogue, or I don't know, unlock the canyon. So now you are going through the whole game with these random choices. That might be your first one. Maybe your second one is, 15 gold, and it's now level up the mage or hire the mage for whatever, I don't know, something else, right? And then what was the other key part of this? Oh yeah, the game is condensed into about 1 hour. So that's the idea. And I think this hits like everything on the surface that we need. This being especially important. So you're not playing the same game. That's all the random choices. And some of these things could be very interesting how they change the game. And before I forget, let me write down one other little idea here. Introduce special modifiers like this. Just for this mode. Small blue potion is worth 1G more. Could be good if you can't unlock the next area due to randomness. Yeah, so condensing the game, I think, is an important part here. It feeling different every time, I think, is important. And then we need some way of like increasing the difficulty or time limiting you somehow, because otherwise you'd be able to play this forever. Which, by the way, maybe on level 0 you can play this forever, and it's just teaching you how the mode works. So you're like, oh, this isn't that different. In fact, I should write that down. Increase the difficulty as time goes on. It would probably be a good idea to not have this difficulty modifier, or to have it be very tame in the first iteration, e.g. level 0 ascension. That way you can just play forever as a sandbox, but in later modes there's a limit to this. It's gonna become the main game. Well, that's pretty much the point. So how I sort of look at this is the entire game right now is almost like a tutorial for the roguelike version of this. And if it weren't for this mode being like super laid back and relaxed, that you wouldn't appreciate the roguelike version of this. Because imagine if you started with that version where I'm like, hey, let's teach you how to sell items and stuff. But by the way, there's a timer and you don't even know what these things do or why you might need them. I think that'd be interesting. Broke a tap in some titanium? What? What does that mean? Can the player lose? Yeah. Okay, wait. So let me answer your first question. Threshold for getting an option is just a certain amount of gold. There'd probably some conditions for this. So like you won't get level up the rogue if you don't have the rogue, for example. So there'll never be a dead option for you, but some options may be better than others, which is the decision tree you're making as a player. I should probably write that down too. Every choice or choices can have conditions, e.g. you won't see level up the rogue if you don't even have the rogue. And then the second thing, so yeah, so that's a threshold for getting an option. And maybe there's some like rare options. Maybe some choices are rare. E.g. unlocking the treasure room. Or maybe their chance increases as the game goes on. Perhaps checkpoint is better. Yeah, I'm not totally sure yet. Like maybe we don't want you unlocking some like end game building at the very beginning. Yeah, is there a way to, like, is there any building that would be bad to unlock early on? Bad or even too good to unlock early on? And then are there duplicate ways of doing other things? E.g. the farm exists to let you level up, but then level up the rogue could be a perk. And then I guess we say, what do some of the coding tasks look like? The UI for this needs to let you poke around any other UIs. So it should pause the game, let you pick, or let you defer the choice. Yeah. All right, anyway, can the player lose? Yes. So I'm not sure how this will work, but just as a one potential solution, imagine customers only buy things worth at least X gold, and X increases as time goes on. So if you don't keep up with this, you'll eventually just not sell anything and you'll run out of money and the game will stalemate. So that's the sort of easiest way of doing this. I don't know if that's what we will do, but something along that. Will they stay at the same price as they were if you didn't pick them? So what I was picturing, at least for this, is you only have one purchase. This isn't entirely the case, but it's just a random set of 3 choices, and then you choose from that set. And that costs X gold, and X goes up every time you buy something. So maybe your options are like, let's say you got level up the mage, level up the rogue, and I don't know, hire the paladin. So they're all adventurer focused options. This might be your 5 gold choice. It might also show up a lot in your later on in your 50 gold choice. You might get like level up the cleric and yeah, build the tavern and get another skill for the paladin or something like that. So like each thing doesn't necessarily have a cost associated with it. It can show up anywhere. Probably an NPC or object with a dialogue would work here. I envision this working as the hiring dialogue. Yeah, something like that. And also, what is the lore of this? Like the idea of a chaos orb existing in the town whose background is mysterious. You put money into it and it changes your reality somehow. I think that's pretty cool. Okay, so something like this, or like grant a skill point to a specific adventurer. We could even grant skills. I don't know if I want to do that. A chaos slime. Okay, that would be pretty interesting. Could be a chaos slime. Yeah. All right. So as mentioned earlier, it's currently about 12:40. I think I want to go at 1 p.m. I have taken one break and I haven't eaten any food and I want to eat. So I'll probably spend another 20 minutes talking about this stuff. But then I think what's going to happen is tomorrow I might skip the streams entirely. Like I said, some real life stuff is happening. So tomorrow's a question mark. But then Wednesday, I think we would come back to designing this all day. And then I think based on where we are now, Wednesday might be enough. Thursday could be overflow. But like by the end of this week, I think we should have a pretty good idea of what I'm going to do. And then what I think the next step would be is like rapid prototyping to see if this is fun. Or maybe just regular prototyping because we might want to save some of the code. Simulation run by the slimes the entire time. You're just in a slime's stomach. The entire world is. All right, so what other choices are there that we have? Because each building is presenting you with some options that you'd still want to use. Also, if it is the customers increasing the difficulty, I guess we got to talk about that. How do we put some kind of pressure slash time limit on this? If it's customers just not buying items, then you maybe it's the value of those items drop. Could still use them for the farm or the garbage slime. We could make the value of items drop over time so that customers buy them for 0 gold and they don't work on the farm. All right, what else do we have here? Choices can have certain conditions. So like, yeah, let's say you got the treasure room at first. The treasure room requires weapons. You wouldn't be finding weapons yet. So we might need to have some other restrictions here. I think we should probably say like, what is the exhaustive list of planned perks? And what does a sample run look like on paper? So imagine we get the treasure room, but can't find weapons yet. Chests would still open themselves, but taking 10 minutes would be too long. We could have a perk like that. There are a lot of interesting things we can do that are not that interesting as perks for the player to have in the main mode, but would be interesting for them to have in this other mode. Something like treasure chests all open 1 minute sooner. Or treasure chests all start with 1 green key applied to them. Something like that. Maybe better phrased slash framed as, well, just framed, I guess. Increase the difficulty. To win enough battles or else monsters overrun your town. The thought of people not buying from you is appealing to me for some reason. I guess, one of the things that Windy said about the game, he's like, the game is called Skeleseller, but by the end of the demo, you're not selling much, which I got that as being a problem. That's true. Like, you're just not getting that many items at once. They're stacking on top of each other. So for a game called Skeleseller, it would kind of make sense for you to lose when you're just not selling stuff anymore. But also, there's a very money-driven world and a money-driven game mode. Also, purchasing treasure chests. I wonder if, yeah, like all treasure chests or all treasure stands fill with new chests. So yeah, how do we reconcile manual purchases with the random purchases? Manual purchases with random ones, e.g. treasure chests costs 150 gold, but maybe the perks, yeah, maybe a perk grants them too. I wonder if this will feel impactful enough too. Man, there's definitely a lot to consider here. I am definitely steering toward this. I am definitely steering toward this. I think it would also make you analyze the value of any given building that's in the game. Neutral. The main game mode would essentially just be a tutorial for this. Pros, this sounds pretty unique in how an idle game has worked before. What's the reason why people aren't selling in game? I mean, they are. What happens is, let's say I just send my adventurers to the final location here. So I'll send these in and I'll just force them to win. These are the number of items you get out of it. So like, that's a pretty good amount of items, but that's because they're all showing up as one at a time. When you unlock item stacking, they stack on top of each other. So it looks like there's 1/3 the number of items there would be. Should extend perks to ensure there's no bottlenecks that could occur in the base game. Like max customers will guarantee someone is there to buy an item. I think that would accelerate the gameplay toward the end. Oh, yeah. The balance for the base game does need to change. Although actually, the more I think about it, the more I think if all it's doing is serving as a tutorial for the final, like the roguelike version of this game, then it actually doesn't need to change too much. I mean, I'd rather it be a little too easy than a little too hard. I guess we need to ask the same question. Can we simplify anything? And is the mode straightforward? Does this change any other assumptions we had? E.g. balance for the main mode probably doesn't matter as much if we're just going to have this mode eventually anyway. And what else? Oh yeah, is this fun? Does it sound fun? All right, sounds pretty unique. The game would feel different most times. I think what we should say is this should make the game much more replayable than what was planned. Than challenge modes. And as an addendum to that, extending this mode would presumably be easier than extending challenge modes. Also, any new content for the base game could change assumptions in any challenge mode. Whereas it would probably fit, well, so need to vet changes against all modes as opposed to against 2 modes. Yeah. What else? What else? What else? Replayability was the main thing. Extending this mode would be easier. By condensing the game, wouldn't feel like a massive struggle to get through the whole thing again. Sounds pretty unique in how an idle game has worked before. We have pretty much all the code and the decisions. I really like the uniqueness of this, though. I feel like this is a good one. Development time, risk of bugs, risk of balance, risk of rain. What's the other thing I want to write for this? The difficulty thing. Oh, yeah. What do ascensions look like? Did I talk about that? How do we put some kind of pressure or time limit on this? And then, so this is like difficulty. And then what do we do about ascensions? We can make them linear like Slay, heat like Hades, choices like Hades heat system, or Ember Knights. What was the Ember Knights one called? Do I have that open still? Yeah, what is this? What are these called? I don't see in the UI anywhere. Demons difficulty if you activate all orbs. Maybe it's just the orb system. I don't know. Orb system. Or what else could we do? I mean, it could be random. I don't think it should be random. There are a lot of cool things we could do as far as the difficulty modifiers go. Some ideas for difficulty modifiers for the whole run could be like, could even have like meta choices here. You get one more perk option each time. Get fewer perk options. You think you're overscoping the game or just the right amount of stuff? So here's, I'm not sure how much of this you heard already, so I might cover some of it again, but where we are now is a demo exists with about 2 hours of content. What people have said is that it's fun, but they want more content, or they want to play more, I guess. That's what they said. They want more game. So the plan was extend the main mode by a bit with unique content. That was always kind of the plan. And then make something for replayability. And we didn't know what this something was. So it was always a plan to do something for this so that people weren't just like, well, I play the game and after 4 hours I'm done and I'm like, well, I wasted my money or something. I don't know what. Hopefully they find it fun. This that we're designing here is for the replayability. And I don't think it's going to be too much, maybe. It is a little bit daunting. We could even add in what I had for challenge modes as modifiers for this. Like a bigger farm or crops become sellable. Want to write down a bajillion ideas too. Yeah, this process has helped me so much. So much. I even took notes on the process if you're curious about how I sort of go about this. Yeah, general game design. That's where I put this. So in here somewhere. These are a lot of the notes I just thought were helpful to write down about game design in general. But the reason why this that I'm doing in the Google Doc is important is because the earlier on you change something, the easier it is to change it. So if I have a design document and I say something like, the game will be Pac-Man, it has a bunch of dots and whatever else. It's like, you're like, you know what? Dots, Pac-Man, none of this makes sense. Like, let's make them cubes. And I just changed a word, right? I didn't change any code. I didn't change any graphics. So the sooner in the process you can do this, the easier it is. And you can still learn quite a lot just by jotting these things down. And I think the more you do it, the more you tune your gut toward what are the right ideas. And I have this general sense of uneasiness sometimes, and I'm like, something is designed poorly. And that uneasiness is fading as I'm talking about this, which makes me think this is the right idea. There are a lot of things I've designed in the past where I'm just like, this doesn't sit well, but it takes me a long time to figure out what's the problem and then what's the solution. And the last thing that felt this way was we had the treasure system. It's now pretty much in the game, not in the demo, but it's in the game, like the code I'm using right now. This is the treasure system. You can purchase a treasure chest. You can get these keys. You can use the keys to unlock the chest. Originally, the idea here was that you would get valuable items from here. Maybe rare items would come from here. And then you just sell those items in your shop. So basically, you're spending money to get a chest, and then you're spending money on some keys to put in the chest, also that you can get money out of the system. Like that already on its own doesn't make a lot of sense, because in order for the purchases to have been worthwhile means that you must get enough loot out of it for it to pay for itself. So then, like, why are we doing this? You don't even need gold at this point in the game. So instead, we change it to be a money sink. It costs you money, and it doesn't give you money out of it. It gives you items to upgrade your adventurers. Also, man, the animation, I was about to scroll down here because we used to have them pop out of the portal, but yeah, now they just pop out of here. This is so cool. All right, let's go make our workers bring this stuff over. I want to make a bunch of keys. I want to see a ton of loot pop out of here. Ding, ding, ding. Okay, so we get 12 items out of that one. We get a bunch of items out of that one. It looks great. Thanks for sharing the notes. I'll dive in when you're on your lunch. I keep docs for my projects and markdown inside the repo, never leaving code editor. Why Google Docs for you? A few kind of pointless reasons. If what we were doing works, I'd say just keep doing it. For one, I like being able to search. So I use Chrome's site search for a lot of things. So like, let's say I want to search for Wikipedia to find like whatever, cats. I just typed W space cats. And if I want to search, let's say, I don't know, the thesaurus for metal, I just type T space and then metal, and it tells me some synonyms. I do that same thing for my own searches in my Google Drive. I type my drive space and then the thing. I'm not going to show you this because I have a lot of personal files. But that's part of the reason that way I can search like everything I have access to from any computer as long as I'm logged into Google. And then if I ever share these documents with other people, I just click the share button. I don't need to move this note to a specific location or anything. It's like Google handles all that for me too. And then it's shared in real time. They can leave comments and everything. That's all nice too. So for any sort of collaboration, I find this a little bit nicer. Because like, let's say all of a sudden you were like, oh man, I have so many thoughts on this. I could be like, okay, let me share this document with you. And you can share your comments. I don't need to add you to a repo and give you like read access to my code. So a lot of little things. But like I said, if what you're doing works, it's not like those should ever convince you. If you're only ever working with like 2 other people, if you're not a streamer, if you're any other number of assumptions. Are we not friends enough to share personal files? Yeah, we are. You want this file, Matt? Yeah, sure thing. And yeah, feel free to ask any other questions you have. Here I'm sharing with you. This looks suspicious. There's a / in there. But why? Hey, Goldskin. Seems like if at the time when the skeletons pick up the key, there's an available chest, and shortly after the chest is already unlocked, they keep running with the key and not let it go, which causes them to not pick up loot drop from the chest. That is because we don't have the warehouse. This wouldn't really be the case in the real game. They would just put their keys down over here. You also wouldn't have had like 12 keys because this thing can only hold 4 or 5. So now they put them all down and now they can pick up loot. So I had kind of a fake scenario going on for that, which actually does go to show that the warehouse is super important. Kind of highlighted a problem with this potential thing. What if you don't get the warehouse? So workers carry items that you can't sell. Do we need to account for that? One thumb modifier. Okay. Oh, I see. You're saying okay. This is what comes with being friends with you, Matt. We share files, but I also endlessly make fun of you. So I think this is promising. I think there's a lot of area to explore here. I think players will like it. I think there's some like meta questions even about this stuff. So it's not just, is this fun? Does it sound fun? It's like, is this the kind of thing I could see a YouTuber sinking like 15 plus hours into. And I guess difficulty, how difficult do we want to make the game? Especially given that it starts as a casual turn your brain off game. And battling, yeah, there are a lot of questions to answer still. Battling, how much do we want to change the battle system? Should adventurers be randomized? Should you be able to get copies of adventurers? Probably yes. Are copies of adventurers too powerful if the treasure system affects them all? I don't want to think about some of these things. Oh man. And maybe we have a save file thing we got to think about too. If in the future, if we have some roguelike specific, oh, what do we call this mode? Nah, I didn't think about that. Chaos mode? Yeah. Anyway, in the future, if we have some roguelike specific save options, do we care about migrations? Like yeah, I don't know. Oh my god. So much to do. August, September. That's not a lot of time. I think we spend August on chaos mode. And then September on just getting things ready for launch, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like this actually works, that this is kind of a stroke of luck. I think the sort of obvious part here too, by the way, is in any roguelike game, you're presenting some randomized choice to the player. That's just inherent to the game. So sometimes it's items, sometimes it's upgrades, sometimes it's characters, who knows what. But it's some choice that you otherwise in a non-roguelike game would have just worked towards somehow. And in Skeleseller, what's interesting is I kind of said, like, what if it's every choice? So even like getting a worker or even hiring an adventurer. And what does that do for the game? Like, do you get a run with a character that you find really bad? Like, what if Mushy is your first character? Is that a problem? That probably is a problem. We probably do need to think about this stuff. Maybe there's some like veto option. Yeah, what other roguelike systems do we need? Veto / ban choices. What else do we have here? Difficulty. What do we draw? Progression related perks. If you're not offered them all the time. Any building that would be bad or good to unlock early on. Similarly, are there any adventurers that paralyze your run and make you want to start over? Maybe we only offer damaging characters at first. Are there any multi-choices? Like maybe you just get hire an adventurer and it then chooses which adventurer of 3. So you can try to limit what you might pick. Are adventurer stats randomized to some extent? Adventurer stats or cooldowns randomized to any extent? I'm a bit concerned that there will be a best adventurer to start with, then a second best to complement them, etc. It does kind of lend credence to having just adventurer that has a name but otherwise has random skills. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. The rogue should be the main skeleton. No, that's rogue mode. This is rogue-like. Maybe like a banking system for second choices that you really want. Yeah, something along those lines. Yeah, veto, ban, bank. Maybe bank a choice for later. I don't want to make things too complex, so I think just presenting you with 3 options and having you choose them is probably good enough. Yeah. Do you feel like games nowadays almost need to have some way to replay? I feel like the number one piece of feedback is usually I want to play more if they like the game. I I I don't know. I think a lot of this comes down to like money to value ratio, and gamers expect this to be high. And even historically, I think they've kind of expected to be high. Imagine when games were, I don't know, $50 or $100 or whatever they were for a system that we're talking about here. Like I remember Super Nintendo games went as high as $80. I think that's what I got Kirby Superstar for. And like you play the game for a whole bunch of hours. So maybe I play it for 20 and it's like $4 per hour of fun. And then you compare it to movies at the time. Like how much was a movie? And it might have been a similar ratio. Anyway, at some point, games that did become sort of infinitely replayable would end up lowering the cost per hour to such a low number that I think more and more people started saying like, oh, that'll be my main game, or I really want to play that. Giving the player some control back, what would be the equivalent in Skeleseller? I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. / re-roll choices. I kind of like a re-roll idea. Or just adding another option altogether. One more perk, you can re-roll perks. With all the small people moving around, the game really reminds me of ants. When one finds a piece of fruit, 5 minutes later, there's a whole line of ants going for the anthill of the fruit. Yeah. I do think gamer expectations have increased over time. And yeah, it's not like every game is a guaranteed hit and that you're going to make all your money back or something. Man. Okay, well, I think today's been very productive. Let me write in ye old journal here. One of the problems with me now facing the window is anyone who's outside can hear me even better. They could already hear me pretty well because my head was in the same general position. I was just facing this way before, and now I'm facing the window. Designed systems for replayability. Talked about chaos mode, a rogue like mode. Yeah, a roguelike mode that may form the foundation for the launch. Yeah, Takash, thanks for joining. I'm gonna find someone to raid. Like I said, tomorrow probably no stream. If I do stream, it would probably start in the afternoon. I'm not totally sure though. Yeah, sorry, Nesmer. Let me actually change the schedule for today too before I leave and make sure that this says skip. Hopefully that even worked because it's actually after 1. So I don't know if that's counting as skipping it for now or skipping it for next Monday. Who has any idea? All right, who are we rating? Let's go raid John. I shouldn't say that before scrolling through my entire list because I might have changed that decision, but I was pretty certain I was not going to. Yeah, I'm going to raid John. Right, John's been working on his own game for a very long time. He's a good streamer. Oh, wait, is he making a game or playing it? Yeah, he's making it. Okay. I was going to say, I wasn't totally sure. I want to ask him some dev questions regarding the AAA market. Feel free to ask me next time. I will be signing off now, but thank you all for watching. If you do want to check out the demo, there's a link to the game, and I will be back probably Wednesday, but maybe tomorrow. Catch you later. Bye, everybody.